personified.
Year ahead. This vision was not recently formed. When we came, the Chief Minister, and in my then role as Finance Minister, we realized the role of IT in general and the role of innovation and startups in particular being a great engine of growth and of the ability to leapfrog, particularly in a time or an era where the technical paradigm itself, the computer and human interaction and the ability to do a lot more with a lot less of the interaction is actually upon us. So this event is hopefully something we will do bigger and better every year. It is intended to be a key component, and it is also intended to showcase the many wonderful startups that are being created by our young, brilliant minds in the state that produces about 18% or 17% of all the engineering talent in the whole country, though we're about 6% of the population. I spent 20 years of my life overseas in the US and 10 years doing other things in other parts of the world, and I know what an innovation ecosystem that is very successful looks like. I was fortunate enough to visit the IIT Madras Research Park a few times, and the first time I went there, I remarked that what impressed me the most about it was the culture, the mindset, the perception that if you were good enough at what you did, you could achieve anything. You could beat anybody. You could be the greatest product or the greatest service in the entire world. Those are the kinds of things that distinguish a creative ecosystem and an economy from the more mundane kind of let me get a government job, let me get some job kind of employment trajectory. I'm hopeful that such cultures, such ecosystems will permeate throughout the state. We are certainly taking our own efforts to create hubs in other parts of the state. I know that IITM Research Park also has such an ambition to have regional hubs. I know that STPI is also focused on having access through a lot of different places. We have many MOUs with many institutions, both educational, also startup, also incubators. I think collectively all of these together will end up certainly accelerating us this year from where we were last year. And I look forward very much to this event next year, where I hope we'll have a lot of good things to look back upon in the year that has passed. Thank you again for coming and for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you for the inspiring words, sir. Your speech has set the right tone for the sessions that follow. As part of iTNT Hub, I am delighted to share that we have a set of announcements to make. To support the state's vision in propelling innovation in the state, we have collaborated with partners to strengthen the innovation ecosystem. First, we have Dr. Sanjay Tyagi. Sanjay Tyagi is a Government of India professional with 30 years of hands-on experience in mission mode implementation of projects. Being the director of STPI and the chief executive officer of STPI FinBlue, Mr. Tyagi has been carving the way for the benefit of fintech entrepreneurs. Finteract Demo Day by STPI FinBlue envisages the attracting quality deep tech and emerging fintech startups from India to connect with peers, share and learn best practices for developing innovative fintech products. I now request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi to share a few words about the upcoming Finteract Demo Day and the partnership with iTNT Hub for the same. Please, sir.
Good morning to everybody.
Samavesha is an initiative and deep tech researchers enabling effective utilization of lab facilities. I would like to invite Dr. Harilal Bhaskar onto the stage to share a few words about this announcement. Please, sir.
Good morning, Chennai. Good morning, dignitaries on and off the dais, and Honorable Minister of and then Junjunwala sir, and then CEO, and all the participants here. So let me give a little introduction about iSTEM. iSTEM is a national portal set up by OPSA, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. And the portal is all about, like the researcher has a challenge in India in terms of getting a lab access. So government has come up with a national portal where actually it's like any kind of a Uber or any Ola application, you can search for the lab, what actually you needed as a researcher. Also supporting the startup in terms of startup also have a challenge of finding the expert in technology especially. Also in terms of finding the vendors as well as the lab equipment. So this portal actually seamlessly integrated with various components like skill development program and also the startup incubation support as well as the job creation. Especially there are jobs across many incubators, many universities that is not visible to all of us. So this portal actually give a one-stop shop for all these activities. And we've been able to, like last 4 years actually been actively involving, and then we were able to onboard 30,000 researchers across India, as well as we have 3,000 plus execution. That means in terms of facilitation of the lab, as well as 20,000 plus universities onboarded on that. So we are now collaborating, opening up a lab for SAARC countries as well in very soon. Basically, this model has been successful in India. Now, actually, we are trying to explore the model in nearby countries as well. So we been being in the industries and being in the years, and I've seen actually the future of iSTEM will be the collaboration with industry, where actually we can connect researchers and the university to the lab. Being said, we've been talking about industry, academia connection long time, but there was no model actually been very successful. So we are trying out a model where actually we will onboarding like researchers as well as the university in a like three month boot camp. That's what actually happened in INU program, what we tried in IISc. It has been very successful, including the Indian and foreigners who from the abroad actually came here, and we created some of the product that is trying to be in the commercialization stage now. So thank you so much again for inviting me here for this thing. I request all of you here, actually we have a detailed presentation, our colleagues are here, to the researchers, startup and the industry people to have an exchange of connection with us, establish a connection. We want to build a better India. Jai Hind. Thank you.
I request our CEO, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, and Mr. Harilal Bhaskar to sign an LOI in the presence of other dignitaries on the dais. I would now like to invite a man who doesn't need an introduction in the innovation ecosystem of Tamil Nadu. It's none other than Professor Ashok Junjunwala, the president of IIT Madras Research Park and IIT Madras Incubation Cell. It is with great pleasure I invite Professor Ashok Junjunwala to share a few words with the audience.
You going to put the slides on?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I know we are running late. Our objective, along with the Minister PTR, is to make Tamil Nadu a leader in innovation. Now, I'll very briefly talk about why we think that we can get there. Now, India is a very young population. All of us know that. It can be a very, very potential force, but if unemployed, they can be a big problem. We create 1 million engineers every year, 10 to 15% in Tamil Nadu, maybe a little bit more. many students in tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 institutes do not get adequate training and feel disheartened, feel that they are not good as others, and lack confidence to deliver. But given the right ecosystem, environment, a bit of hard work, in 6 months they can be enabled to get confidence that they can do as well as anybody else. IIT Madras Research Park and Incubation Cell has been doing that. And what we did is that we were about 15 years back, with Tamil Nadu government giving us some land, we were able to build this research park, bringing faculty, the youngsters, and industry together. And we started R&D all the way to commercialization. The second thing that happened is that we realized that industry is sometimes not ready to take that much risk, and it is here we started driving our incubation cell. And because that incubatees actually work 18 hours a day and are willing to take risk, and the results have been there. One of the reasons why we did well is that today it is financially independent. It only started with the seed funds. We borrowed 400 crore rupees from the bank, and we have returned the money along with the interest. And today we earn about 70 to 80 crore rupees per year. At the same time, we have incubated 350 plus companies. The value of these companies is 450 crore rupees. 45,000 crore rupees. 45,000 crore rupees. And we own 0.5 to 1% of that equity. And that's how we actually work together. The most important lesson, why has this happened? It had a board of prominent industrialists and a few faculty, a few government person. It has a full autonomy from the government and from IIT administration. It was like a startup. Either it succeeds or fail. And that is what has given the result. I have talked about, there are 351 startups. For today, 45,000 crore rupees is the value that we have created. And these are all deep tech. These are not e-commerce, all kinds of areas. And there are many, many companies where we invest something like 10,000, 5,000 to 10,000 rupees, and they give us returns of 10 to 12 crore rupees. 25 such companies exist, and this is what I am giving example. I am taking another example of how innovations can enable transformative changes. I remember quite some time back, I was on State Bank of India and board of the State Bank of India, 2005-06. And we talked about what is the future of the banking. And when we discussed this, we asked a simple question: how much does it cost a bank to do a single transaction? And we found that if they do it in person, it is 70 rupees. If they do through an ATM, it is 12 rupees. And if it is a credit card or debit card, it is 2 rupees. So we said, well, the future is digital. And that's what we need to really move to. The chairman said, not so fast, credit card has a lot of default. Almost 4% get frauds. We cannot avoid that. But then we came up with that what if you have a SMS to confirm the transaction? And only if you get the right password sent by SMS, the transaction is completed. That was the birth of OTP. And that's how we started. And we then went on to mobile. And we created a mobile payment forum. Objective was, can I transfer 10 rupees from one person to another, to a vegetable vendor, from one mobile phone to another. It took quite some time, and the UPI has today become very possible. Today, it is touching 17 lakh crore in 1 month. And the UPI is the greatest innovation that has taken place in India. And what I want to end by sort of saying, Tamil Nadu can be the innovation leader, and we can drive many, many such innovation. What we need is 3, besides the IITM Research Park, we need 3 more entities. One in Tiruchur-Madurai corridor, another in Coimbatore area, other is the Hosur Krishnagiri corridor. And we need to nurture 10 to 12 engineering college. I will say dominantly private with good leadership. The reason being that in the public, as the directors change, the direction can also change. That and drive the industry academia collaboration and incubation. And it has to be done like IIT MRP IC, driven by an independent board, autonomous to the government, of the government and of any institution. With full backing from the government, but autonomous. I think the autonomy that makes things possible. It can leverage organizations like iTNT, and I do dream that over the next 10 years, we can make Tamil Nadu the leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that informative presentation, sir. I would now request all the dignitaries on the dais to take a tour of the arena as we have some exciting activities going on within the space. I request everyone to please be seated. The next session will start in another 5 minutes. I request everyone to please be seated. I request the visitors and the students to please be seated as the next session is about to begin. Another 15 minutes. 5 minutes. Sorry, 5 minutes. Oh, come on. May I now request Ms. Akila Rajeshwar, Executive Director, iTNT, to share her insights on deep tech ecosystem support. Ms. Akila, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning, all of you. Um, it's a great opportunity to collaborate with iTNT Hub and Umagine to put together a pitch fest over here that's happening somewhere around this place. So just to introduce TIE to people who are not very familiar with TIE, TIE is a not-for-profit organization that was started in Silicon Valley in 1992. Currently, we have about 60 chapters across 14 countries. And TIE Chennai continues to be the largest and the best performing chapter in the TIE global ecosystem. So having said that, what do we do? Over and above whatever we continue to do for the startup ecosystem, we also support the SMEs and MSMEs and handhold them with multiple initiatives to ensure their growth and success. So to talk about the deep tech ecosystem that TIE Chennai will continue to support, we have a very strong deep tech special interest group. And what we do is we have about 200 TIE Chennai as an organization, as a forum. We have about 200 plus very successful entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs, many of them are here today, who actually give back to the entrepreneurial ecosystem by providing their mentoring and support to ensure the growth of these startups. So what we do is we take the startups from idea validation. If they are in a scale-up stage, we help them, handhold them in terms of mentoring and a lot of support. And if they are ready for funding, we put them in touch with the right investors. And that is what is happening over here today as part of Pitch Fest. We've been able to bring about 40 plus investors and help them and the startups meet the right mentors and the right investors and the investors to sort of meet their interested startups. So we would like to extend that support. We are planning to work very closely with the iTNT Hub in terms of extending that support throughout the year, not just today, in terms of organizing a pitch fest just for today, but we would like to extend this throughout the year in terms of connecting the deep tech startups with the mentors, validate their idea, and see if it can be made into a truly business idea, and then connect them with the investors as and when needed. And please reach out to us. Please reach out to iTNT Hub if you need any support, the deep tech startups that are here. Please reach out to us, and we are here to help you and support you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the talk, Ms. Akila. I would now like to invite Dr. Harilal Bhaskar, iSTEM Government of India, to share his thoughts on empowering research collaboration in deep tech. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning again. Thanks, CEO of TNT, for collaboration as well as inviting us to present the iSTEM. So iSTEM, as I said, is a national portal, is conceived and supported by OPSA, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, to make sure that actually every Indian have equal access. And then if you look at the current statistics, Tamil Nadu is leading in terms of number of university, number of registration, the researcher registration, as well as the activities going on. And first of all, I want to congratulate Tamil Nadu first before getting into the national portal, So if you look at what is iSTEM again, if you look at one nation, one ecosystem, that's all about we're talking about, because every Indian have an equal access. And then in terms of technology or research, what is happening around the university, we generally what happen after PhD, students and professors actually, they're forgetting, and this kind of a technology is still in the labs. So how did you commercialize it? So iSTEM has come up with a concept called digital catalog, where actually all the technologies are kept in terms of pattern, in terms of prototype, product, and also how to commercialize it. That is about the digital catalog, what we have. And if you look at the labs, even in IIT Madras is very near to you, but sometimes it's very challenging for each of you as a researchers to get into the labs and get, one of the sophisticated lab inside. Or maybe there are university near to you, maybe not even aware about there are so kind of sophisticated equipment and labs are available. So we're making sure that dictating your geography, and then once you get into the portal, you can search the equipment and then book for that. And of course, we also have a suppliers across the university. If you look at each of the university and colleges have their own suppliers. So we want actually making sure that these suppliers are available in terms of, suppose if you want to purchase an equipment, and compared to Jump Portal has a lot of bureaucratic process, but in terms of iSTEM, we are actually simplified the process so that any suppliers you can connect to this portal. See, this initiative is actually launched by Honorable Prime Minister on January 3rd, 2020, and we are in the last 4 years existing in the portal. So if you look at in terms of, we are the sutra, what we say actually, what is the one point we say, we are connecting the researchers with resources. So these are the strategies, you can see it here. So we have around 30K research users, 30,000 research users are there. And then we have 110 plus suppliers. And then we have 949 technology. These are the technology, can be a prototype, product, and then we say these are the core of one of the core of the iSTEM portal. And then if you look at in terms of researchers, colleges, institute, we have registered 27,000 we have. And then we have FBR. FBR is a facility booking record. It's actually how many research has been facilitated through the iSTEM. So apart from the facility or research lab facilitation, we also do support in terms of scientific progress, right? In terms of, because we have an expert in the portal where actually some of the researchers in the village or maybe on the digital development part of India, where they can get connected to one of the best professor or one of the expert in IIT or maybe in ISC. So, and then we look at in terms of collaboration, we are also, of course, TNT is one of the example, and then we have ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu. We have a collaboration in terms of looking at the skill development program, and then we have there is something called a skill development. There are skill development training across states, across the nation. So maybe many a time what happened actually it is not reaching the right people. So we are facilitating that as well. So this is one in terms of exactly what I discussed about in a diagrammatic form. So we have a digital catalog, we have a lab and research equipment here, and then skill development program, and then of course the job. There are jobs in university, jobs across industry. So we want to bring them on the one portal so that every Indian have equal opportunity and apply for the job. And in terms of university or we say custodian institute, why we call custodian institute? These are publicly funded money, for purchasing the equipment, they use it. Can be from DST, can be DBT or any of the government agency. So these are the institute are just a custodian to keep this equipment. So for that, what is the benefit for them? Of course, branding and visibility coming through the national portal, and then networking, opportunity to connect to the right startup because their technology can be converted to a startup. And of course, to industry, we've been talking about many of the industry problem statement, they can pick up and solve it. And then access to deep tech expert and vendors, because there are experts in university, but they are not even getting an opportunity to maybe sometime to connect to the right startup or right industry. So we are facilitating that through this portal. And if you look at other than this, what is the benefit for a university? University will get or colleges get a revenue, because the revenue is very critical to sustain themselves. Most of the times, incubator is challenged by generating revenue. This is an opportunity for them to utilize their lab properly, and then also giving other opportunity, right? So you look at the national portal. This is the national portal. What I'm talking about. You can type it in istem.gov.in. You can. So this is one of the typical examples. Suppose you are looking for a electronic stereoscope or maybe some of the equipment. You can just search it, and then of course it show you which are the equipment near to you. That means maybe within terms of distance, in terms of what actually the researchers saying in terms of the quality, in terms of experience what they have. These are the dashboard actually given for an engineering college or maybe institute who are actually looking at. They can see that how many requests came in, how many are executed, and in terms of actually how many still pending, so that they can see that seamlessly support the researcher on through this portal. So if you look at as a researcher, some of you are researcher, maybe some of you are studying BTech, some of you are maybe NMTech or doing the real PhD stage. So this is a very, simplified, flow chart. You can look at here how actually you can, register here. I think my manager Shentil Kumar also here. So he's also supporting in terms of how to register. Some of your researcher even can try to register today itself. So this is a process flow, simple process flow. You come and register here, and then, you can search for an equipment, what you want it. And then, of course, you can reserve the equipment, and then finally, it can be executed. That means, you say example, in the IIT Research Park or IIT Madras, you want to have, book for an equipment. You can search it here and then book it. And of course, you can select the calendar, like, what date, what time you want to go there, then it will be allocated. There are challenges like sometimes the device may be down, then, sometimes the operator are not ready. All the information actually we can get it through seamlessly through this portal, because we are actually updating the status of equipment, updating the slot, updating all the information what you really needed. And, if you look at here, there is a flow like, there is a payment is happening. The payment is not for national portal, it's for the lab actually. Is the lab request for money? Of course, you have to facilitate, but it's a very nominal charge actually we are charging them. But in terms of, there an announcement happened in the last time from the government. So we are giving free access to women and the people from, the researcher from the rural area. So that's a free. So we'll take care, we'll transfer the money to the lab so that, it can be, you can use this as completely free. And if you look at in terms of flowchart for equipment booking, once you search and reserve it, then, action will be taken from institute. Institute will update you what slot is allocated you. Then you do the payment. Then finally the sample. There are two ways you can do it. One is like you can go and submit the sample, or you can even transfer the sample and then facilitate the the execution there. And then finally, if it is rejected, of course, there may be a reason. Maybe multiple slots are there. Maybe equipment is down. So you get immediately the answer so that it will help you to find for next lab. So these are the four, this is a flow for institute. Institute want to upload an equipment. Of course, there are two ways you can do it. One is, you can upload a single equipment and also multiple instrument. Like if you look at there is a template we have provided. Sorry for that. I think I go a bit faster. Can you help me? Can you go back in the slide? Yeah. So for equipment, like uploading, you can have one equipment to be uploaded, or also multiple equipment. Go back. Right? Yeah. So there are template. So suppose you have 100 equipment. So how did you an institute able to do one by one? So there is a template given so that institute can give all the detail, and then finally it can be uploaded. So these are some of the sophisticated lab. If you look at here, these are generally some of the equipment are expensive, like very 1 crore and above. So it's very difficult for some of the smaller institute can afford to purchase, or maybe government funding is not given to them. So those university students can can search and book for these instruments. So now I coming back to the the digital catalog. Digital catalog is one of the core core of the iSTEM portal, because there are technologies, there are research is happening around the university, but generally it won't convert into a commercial product, or you won't see in the market. So how did you convert that? So example, like a problem statement in Chennai, I can say many a times flood happen here. Do we have any proper solution? In Bangalore, if you look at, we are from Bangalore, where there is roadblock happening. Is there any solution? There are many solutions actually, many algorithm, many traffic signal algorithm, created by university. But none of them are implemented here. So how did you connect them? So we have a digital catalog. Now we actually showcase industry. So we invite industry, and then we'll say, these are the technology we have here, and then you can pick up one of them, and then you can solve the solution. If you look at in terms of India, in terms of citation, right, we are actually 4 number of publication and 9 citation happen. In terms of India, we have 1.5 million in as of now in 2023. Of course, 2024 we may have more. And then if you look at the global size, it's 50 million. So we actually have a lot of reference. What happened as a PhD researcher? You may refer a lot of foreign, like authored journal and other things. many a time Indian journalists, we are not getting an opportunity to refer Indian journal. So we are actually also getting into few things here. In digital catalog, we are also putting publication, and then of course a patent, and then product, and finally these are all need to be converted into profit by commercializing it. If you look at, we have only 67 institute now. So that's the reason actually we are here. Many places we are going through Samavesha, that is specifically for go-to-market, where actually we go to university. We had a program in last week in Amit University in Chennai, and then we are going to, again conducting one through collaboration with the iTNT, and then again in Chennai, and one in Trichy, we are doing it in NIT Trichy in next week. So why we are going there? We are actually reaching out the researcher, making sure that you know about the portal, you are going to utilize this portal. So I think I will continue from where I left it. So basically, as I said to you, the university researches as a challenge, and now I think you have to, as a researcher, some of you may be a researcher, you try to register in the portal and make sure any challenge is there. We are ready to answer any question you have here. And then we are reaching out each of the city now in terms of every district we want to reach in India. There are around 768 districts, but very difficult for us to reach every district. So what we are doing is we combining couple of districts and then conducting Samavesha program. So we have a upcoming program listed here. So these are the program we are actually inviting the host institute also. They want to conduct in their nearby district. Now we also we are also electing the district ambassadors there. These are the professors who are actually voluntarily working for us in terms of supporting their own district by connecting the researchers, connecting the labs, and connecting so that what happen actually many a time actually many researchers have a funding challenge, so they may not able to, especially on the rural area. But by coming through iSTEM, these are the one what we promise is like women and especially the rural people, the researcher from rural will be supported by iSTEM. And if you look in terms of other facility what we have a software actually we are giving for researchers, especially for example math labs come from MathWork, and then we have a console software, and then we have a couple of other software. If you look at here, even Urja Energy, that's one of the startup is provided. Suppose you are doing an experiment as a researcher in energy, especially on the battery management. You can experiment your own way, and then you can find your own thesis using Urja's energy software license, because giving voltage or current or whatever the parameter you give it, especially you can find your own thesis can be created through the Urja Energy. And other software like Console is there, and Peer is there, and then Convender is there. These are the software many a time researchers and startup may need it. And if you look at in other thing like what we have, the training program and events. There are many events happening across India. What happened actually, even this event, maybe many people may not knowing it. So eventually what we are bringing all the event also in the portal, making sure that you get a right awareness. So that's all about, iSTEM. And if you have any question, I'm ready to answer if you have a time permit. We have time for Q&A. I think some of the researcher or, professors here, if you have any question, we can take one or two questions very quickly. Anybody have a question? So I think all said. I think if you have any further detail, we have a Shenthil Murugan, the manager iSTEM here. Please, Shenthil, please stand and just show hand. So he will be helping you today. He will be available tomorrow also. Please get in touch with him. He will be assisting you for registration, searching equipment, booking. Also, institute also facilitating to Samavesha how to host it. He will help you on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving us a new perspective on this topic, sir. I would like to take this moment to introduce my co-host, Ms. Harini from iTNT Hub, to take over. Over to you, Harini.
Thank you so much, Ritika. It's a pleasure hosting this event with you. We are thrilled to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Balamurugan SP from GUI.in, whose expertise promises to enlighten us on my startup story. I request you to please get onto the stage, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Let me check. Okay. So, how many of you know GUI here? How many of you have heard about GUI? Okay. ஸோ இன்றைக்கி என்னோடய செஷன் என்னென்னா, நான் தமிழ் தான் பேச போகிறேன். ஸோ இன்றைக்கி என்னோடய செஷன் என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஹோப் எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும் நினைக்கிறேன், முக்கால்வாசி பேருக்கு புரியும். ஸோ அதனால் தமிழ்லேயே வச்சுக்கிறேன். ஸோ ஷேரிங் மை ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஜேர்னி, சரியா? ஸோ தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து ஆப்வியஸ்லி அவங்க கூப்பிட்டதோட பர்பஸே வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து வந்து ஹோம் க்ரோனான ஸ்டார்ட் அப்னு சொல்லி குவி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணிவிட்டு தே வாண்டட் மீ டு ஷேர் தி ஜேர்னி சோஃபார், என்ன பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம், ஸோ எப்படி போச்சு அப்படின்றத ஷேர் பண்ணுறது தான் இங்கே வந்திருக்கேன். ஸோ இது ஒன் வேவெல்லாம் இருக்க போகிறதில்ல, ரொம்ப பிபிடி போட்டுலாம் மொக்க போட போகிறதில்ல. நான் என்ன ஜேர்னிஸ் ட்ராவல் பண்ணோன்றதை ஷேர் பண்ணுறேன். ஸோ உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்சதுன்னா நீங்கள் எதாவது கொஸ்டின்ஸ் வேணால் கேளுங்க, இல்லை எப்போனாலும் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணலாம், சரியா? ஸோ இதான் ஃப்ளோ. ஓகே. ஸோ குவி, அதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்னோடய பேக்ரவுண்ட் சொல்லிடுறேன். என் பேர் பாலமுருகன். நான் இங்கே கிண்டி காலேஜ் ஆஃப் இன்ஜினியரிங்கில் தான் முடித்தேன். ஸோ எம்சிஏ முடிச்சுட்டு பேபாலில் ஜாயின் பண்ணேன். ஒரு 10 years பேபாலில் ஒர்க் பண்ணேன், இந்தியாவிலையும் ஒர்க் பண்ணேன், யூஎஸ்லேயும் ஒர்க் பண்ணேன். ஓகே. ஸோ ப்ரோக்ராமிங் வந்து ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும். ப்ரோக்ராமிங் வந்து டெக்னாலஜிஸ்ட்டாக தான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணது, ஃபுல் அண்ட் ஃபுல் டெக்னாலஜிஸ்ட்டாக தான் இருந்திருக்கேன், இன்னமும் அப்படி தான் இருக்கேன், ஹேண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் தான், சரியா? ஸோ பேப்பரில் ஒரு யூஸ்வலாக என்ன விஷயம் நடக்கும் அப்படின்னா, ஃப்ரெஷர் ஹையரிங் இருக்குல்ல, அதுக்கு வந்து யூஸ்வலாக Tier 1 காலேஜஸ்க்கு போவாங்க. எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்லணும்னா ஐஐடி இல்லை சிஇஜி, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு டாப் காலேஜஸ் மட்டும்தான் விசிட் பண்ணுவாங்க யூஸ்வலாக. ஸோ நாங்கள் யூஸ்வலாக நாங்கள் இன்டர்வியூ பேனலில் இருப்போம். அங்கே தான் நான் என்னோடய கோஃபவுண்டர் அருண் அண்ட் ஸ்ரீதேவியும் மீட் பண்ணேன். ஸோ நாங்கள் வந்து இன்டர்வியூ பேனலில் இருப்போம். ஸோ அந்த செலக்ட் பண்ணி ஹையர் பண்ணுற இன்டர்வியூ பேனல் இருப்போம். ஸோ நாங்கள் யூஸ்வலாக கேட்டுகிட்டே இருப்போம், ஏன் யூஸ்வலாக எப்பயுமே வந்து வெறும் டாப் காலேஜஸ் டயர் 1க்கு மட்டுமே ஏன் போகிறீங்க, அடுத்த காலேஜஸ்க்கும் நம்ம பார்க்கலாம்ல. ஏன்னா தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து ஆல்மோஸ்ட் வந்து ஒரு 475 இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜஸ் இருக்குது, கரெக்டாக? அங்கேயும் வந்து எல்லாமே டாப், கிட்டத்தட்ட Day 1 செலக்ட் ஆகி இந்த காலேஜஸில் இல்லாமல் படிக்கிறவங்களும் இருக்காங்க. ஈவன் ஃபைனல் அரியர் வச்ச பசங்க, நல்ல டேலண்டான பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க, கரெக்டாக? ஸோ நம்ம இங்கெல்லாம் ஏன் போய் ஹையர் பண்ணக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு பேசியிருந்தோம், ஹெச்ஆர்கிட்ட பேசணும். ஸோ அப்போ அவங்க சொன்னாங்க, நீங்கள் சொல்கிறீங்கன்றதுக்காக இந்த ஒரு வாட்டி ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம். ஓகே, நீங்கள் சொல்கிற மாதிரி நான் இன்னொரு காலேஜ் வரேன், Tier 2 Tier 3 எந்த காலேஜ்னாலும் நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள், நம்ம ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. நாங்கள் ஒரு காலேஜ் சூஸ் பண்ணோம். ஓகே, இந்த காலேஜ் இங்கே நல்லா பண்ணுறாங்க, நிறைய பேர் பசங்களாம் அவார்ட்ஸ்லாம் வாழ்ந்துட்டுருக்கு, இவங்க அவார்ட்ஸை விட இந்த NIRF ரேங்கிங்லலாம் வந்து இவங்க பயங்கர டாப்பில் வராங்க, நம்ம போய் இங்கே பேசுவோம், இங்கே போனால் மார்க்ஸ் நல்ல ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கிடைப்பாங்க, நம்ம போகலான்னு சொல்லி போனோம். ஓகே, போனப்போ என்னாச்சு அப்படின்னா, யூஸ்வலாக பேபால் என் கம்பெனியில் வந்து 7 ரவுண்ட் ஆஃப் இன்டர்வியூ இருக்கும் ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷரை ஹையர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. ஏன்னா சிடிசி வந்து ஆல்மோஸ்ட் டாப் 21 lakhsலாம் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ அதனால் வந்து 7 ரவுண்டு இருக்கும். பட் இங்கே போகும்போது நாங்கள் யூஸ்வலாக அந்த 7 ரவுண்ட் இருக்குது, இங்கேயும் அதே மாதிரி ப்ராசஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆச்சு. பட் யூஸ்வலாக என்னாச்சு அப்படின்னா, செகண்ட் ரவுண்ட்லேயே எல்லாருமே வாஷ் அவுட். 2 ரவுண்ட் தான் போச்சு, செகண்ட் ரவுண்டில் எல்லாருமே வாஷ் அவுட்டு. ஸோ இதே ஐஐடி போய் அங்கே எடுக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா 7th ரவுண்ட் வரும்போது கூட 2 digits பீப்புள் இருப்பாங்க, ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க. ஓகே, பட் இங்கே பார்த்தா செகண்ட் ரவுண்ட்லேயே வாஷ் அவுட்டு. எங்களுக்குலாம் ரொம்ப ஷாக்கு. என்னடா அது, நம்ம இவ்வளோ ஆஸ்பிரேஷனோடு வந்தோம், பார்த்தா இங்கே இவ்வளோ பிரச்சனை, இவ்வளோ பேர் வரல. ஏன்னா இவங்க எல்லாரோட ஸ்கோர்ஸ்லாம் பார்த்தா சிஜிபிஎல்லாம் பயங்கரமாக கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. இவங்களாம் 9 pointers 8 pointers நிறைய பேர் இருந்தாங்க. ஸோ எங்களோட ஆஸ்பிரேஷன்னா இங்கே வந்தால் நல்ல கேண்டிடேட்ஸ் கிடச்சிருவாங்கன்னு. ஸோ நான் போய்ட்டு அந்த பசங்கள்லாம் கேட்டேன், முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, எனக்கு ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாக இருந்துச்சு. ஏன்னா ஒரு ஆஸ்பிரேஷனோடு வந்தோம், ஹையர் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு, பட் இங்கே இல்லையே அப்படின்னு. ஆனால் ஹெச்ஆர் வந்து யூஸ்வலாக என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா, ஓகே நம்ம அடுத்த காலேஜ் பார்க்கலாம், ஏன்னா அங்கே போனால் அடுத்த கேண்டிடேட் நல்ல கேண்டிடேட் தி மூவ் ஆன். பட் எங்களுக்கு ஒரு ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாக இருந்தாலும் அங்கே இருக்க பசங்கள்கிட்ட பேசிகிட்டு இருந்தேன், என்ன பிரச்சனை, ஏன் வந்து செகண்ட் ரவுண்டே கிளியர் பண்ண, எல்லாமே கோடிங் ரவுண்டு தான், சரியா? ப்ரோக்ராமிங் தானே, கோடிங் தானே, ஏன் கிளியர் பண்ணல அப்படின் போது அவங்க பசங்க சொன்னாங்க, சார் நாங்கள் நல்லா தான் சார் பண்ணோம், நீங்கள் தான் செலக்ட் பண்ணல அப்படின்னாங்க. இது யூஸ்வலாக நம்ம எல்லாருமே சொல்கிறது தானே, நாங்கள் நல்லா தான் எழுதுனோம், மார்க் நீங்கள் தான் போடல அப்படின்னு நம்ம யூஸ்வலாக சொல்கிறது தான். ஸோ அதே தான் நாங்கள் கேட்டோம், என்னப்பா ப்ரோக்ராமிங் வந்து பூலியன் அவுட்புட் தான், இதர் ப்ரோக்ராம் டெஸ்ட் கேசஸ் பாஸ் ஆகி வரப்போகுது, இல்லாட்டி டெஸ்ட் கேஸ் ஃபெயில் ஆக போகுது, என்ன பிரச்சனை இதில் உனக்கு, நான் பேசுகிறேன், நான் கேட்குறேன், நீ பதில் சொல்லுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் கூப்பிட்டு கேட்டேன். இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நான் சொன்னேன், சரி இப்போ கூட கேளுங்க சார், நான் நல்லா தான் சார் பதில் சொல்லுவேன் அப்படின்னா. சரி நான் கூப்பிட்டு கேட்டேன், சரி பாயிண்டர்ஸ் வந்து யூஸ்வலாகவே சியில் வந்து எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியல, சி ப்ரோக்ராமிங்கில் நமக்கு எல்லாருமே டெஸ்ட் பண்ணக்கூடியது பாயிண்டர்ஸ். நான் கூப்பிட்டு கேட்டேன், சரி பாயிண்டர்ஸ் பதில் சொல்லு அப்படின்னு. நான் எனக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும் சார், பாயிண்டர்ஸ் தெரியும் சார் அப்படின்னு. சரி கூப்பிட்டு கேட்டேன், சரி பாயிண்டர்ஸ்னால் என்ன சொல்லு அப்படின்னு. அவன் யோசிக்கவே இல்லை, ஒரு டூ லைன் டெஃபினிஷன் அடிச்சு விட்டான். கரெக்ட், 100% கரெக்டு, மார்க் போட்டுடலாம், சரியா? ஆப்வியஸ்லி நமக்கு தெரியும், நம்ம யஷ்வந்த் கட்கர் புக்கோட ஒரு டெஃபினேஷன் தான். சரி எனக்கு புரிஞ்சிச்சு, ஓகே இதான் சொல்கிறான்னு. சரி அடுத்த கொஸ்டின், சரி ஓகேப்பா கரெக்டாக சொல்லிட்டேன், எனக்கு என்ன சொன்னால் எப்போ பாயிண்டர்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுவேன்னு சொல்லு அப்படின்னு. ஓகேவா, அவன் ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொஸ்டினுக்கு எடுத்துக்க டைம் கூட எடுத்துக்கல, சார் எப்போ வேணுமா அப்போ யூஸ் பண்ணுவேன் சார் அப்படின்னா. எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் ரொம்ப ஷாக் ஆகிடுச்சு, டேய் என்னடா சரி இவ்வளோ ஃப்ளோவில் பதில் சொல்கிறாங்களே சொல்லிட்டு, சரி எப்போ பாயிண்டர்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது சொல்லு அப்படி. சார் எப்போ தெரியலையோ அப்போ யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டேன் சார் அப்படின்னா. எனக்கு இன்னும் ஷாக் ஆகிடுச்சு, டேய் சரி நான் ஐ மீன் கேட்கறதுக்கு அங்கே ரொம்ப ஸ்பான்டேனியஸாக இருந்துச்சு. ஆனால் வந்து நினச்சி பாருங்கள், நான் வந்து என் டீமுக்கு ஹையர் பண்ணுறதுக்காக வந்திருக்கேன். இருக்கிறதுலே டெக்னாலஜி டாப் லெவலில் அவன் யோசிக்கணும்னு வரேன். பட் ஆனால் இங்கே இப்படி ஆன்சர் வரும்போது இது அவங்க பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. எனக்கு என்ன புரிஞ்சுதுன்னா, ஓகே இது வந்து பிரச்சனை அவங்களோடது கிடையாது. எல்லாருமே நமக்கு என்ன சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க அப்படின்னா, வாட் இஸ் வாட்னு சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. ஓகே, பட் வென் டு யூஸ் வாட் ஆர் ஹவு திங்ஸ் ஒர்க் இன்டர்னலின்னு இருக்குல்ல, இந்த விஷயம் வந்து மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த டைம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியிலே நின்றுதே தவிர அங்கேருந்து அகாடமியாவுக்கு வரதே இல்லை. ஸோ இந்த விஷயத்தை ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணாத வரைக்கும் நம்ம எல்லாருமே என்ன நினைப்போம்னா, நமக்கு தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம் தான் நல்ல கரெக்டு, இதுதான் டெஃபினேஷன், இதுதான் விஷயம், இது தெரிஞ்சால் போதும் நம்ம போய் வேலை பார்த்துடலாம் அப்படின்னு நம்ம நினைப்போம்ல. பட் அதை தாண்டி இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் முக்கியமாக தேவைப்படுறது என்னென்னா, எப்போ ஒரு விஷயத்தை அப்ளை பண்ணோம், எப்போ அப்ளை பண்ணக்கூடாது, எதுக்காக அப்ளை பண்ணோம், இந்த விஷயங்கள் தான் வந்து ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி தர வேண்டியது இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ இதை என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு யோசிக்கும்போது, இதுதான் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி. நாங்கள் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஐடி இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் 10 வருஷம் வேலை பார்த்துட்டோம். இந்த நாலேஜை நம்ம எப்படி நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கம்யூனிட்டி ஆர் லேர்னர்ஸ் கிட்ட கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்க முடியும் அப்படின்னும் போது தான் வி ஸ்டார்டட் சம்திங் கால்டு கூவி. ஓகே, இதை ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது இதை பெரிய கம்பெனியாக ஆரம்பிக்கணும், இதை இவ்வளோ பெரிய ஃபண்டிங் ரைஸ் பண்ணோம், இந்தியா லெவலில் பெரிய டாப் பிளேயராக வரணும் அப்படிலாம் யோசிச்சு ஆரம்பிக்கல. நாங்கள் ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது இந்த ஒரே ஒரு தாட் ப்ராசஸ் என்னென்னா, இண்டஸ்ட்ரி நாலேஜை அகாடமியாவுக்கு கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்க முடியுமா, ஆர் லேர்னர்ஸ் கொண்டு போக முடியுமா அப்படின்றது தான். பட் என்ன யோசித்தோம் அப்படின்னா, இதை வந்து கொஞ்சம் இன்னோவேட்டிவாக பண்ணோம். என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னா, நம்ம ரீஜனல் லாங்குவேஜஸில், நம்ம நேட்டிவ் லாங்குவேஜஸ்லேயே கண்டென்ட்டை கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்தோம். ஹை குவாலிட்டி கண்டென்ட்டை நம்ம பேசுகிற நம்மளோட தாய்மொழியில், நம்மளோட மொழியில் கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்தா எவ்வளோ ஈஸியாக புரிஞ்சிக்க முடியும் ட்ரை பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தோம். யூடியூப் சேனல் ஆரம்பிச்சு. நான் சொல்கிறது யூடியூப் சேனல் வந்து 2011 2010 நல்லா யோசிச்சு பாருங்கள். 2010 வந்து டேட்டா வந்து ஆன் பண்ணி ஆஃப் பண்ணி யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்த டைம். சரியா, இவ்வளோ மாதிரி ஜியோ மாதிரி இவ்வளோ இப்போ நமக்கு டெய்லி ஜிபி ஆஃப் டேட்டாலாம் கிடையாது. ஸோ அப்போ எஜுகேஷனல் கண்டென்ட் நிறைய பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க, என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட் கண்டென்ட் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. பட் குவியோட எஜுகேஷன் கண்டென்ட் நாங்கள் க்ரியேட் பண்ணி போடும்போது வித்தின் 1 month வி காட் மில்லியன் ஹிட்ஸ். 1 million people பார்த்தாங்க என் கண்டென்ட்டை. 5000 சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்ஸ் வந்தாங்க. ஒரே 2 டிஃபரன்ஷியேட்டிங் ஃபேக்டர் தான். ஓகேவா, ஒன்று எங்களோட கண்டென்ட் எல்லாமே வர்னாக்குலர் லாங்குவேஜஸில் இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ இருக்கிறதுலே டாப் நாச். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நீங்கள் டேட்டா டிசைன் பேட்டர்ன்ஸ் எடுத்துருக்கலாம், டேட்டா ஸ்ட்ரக்சர்ஸாக இருக்கலாம். ஸோ இருக்கிறதுலே டாப் கிளானில் பைனரி ட்ரீஸ்லேருந்து பி ட்ரீ அல்காரிதம்ஸாக இருக்கலாம், எல்லாமே நேட்டிவ் லாங்குவேஜில் கொடுத்துருந்தோம். நாங்கள் தமிழில் பண்ணோம். பேபால் மல்டிகல்ச்சரல் பீப்புள் இருக்கிறதுனால எங்கள் டீமில் இன்னொரு பொண்ணு தெலுங்கில் பண்ணாங்க, இன்னொரு பையன் கன்னடாவில் பண்ணால், இன்னொருத்த ஹிந்தியில் பண்ணான். ஆல்மோஸ்ட் வித்தின் ஒரு 3 months எங்களால் வந்து ஒரு 500+ கண்டென்ட் ஆஃப் வீடியோஸை 5 ரீஜனல் லாங்குவேஜஸில் பண்ண முடிஞ்சுது. ஓகே, ஸோ அப்படி தான் குவின்றது ஸ்டார்ட் ஆச்சு. அதை பார்த்து தான் இன்றைக்கி காலையில் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, ப்ரொஃபஸர் அசோக் ஜுஞ்சர் இங்கே மீட் பண்ணிங்கல்ல, ஹீ இன்வைட்டட் அஸ் ஃபார் அ டிஸ்கஷன். ஓகே, ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஐடியா பண்ணி, இந்த கண்டென்ட் நல்லாயிருக்கு, இவ்வளோ பேர் பார்த்துருக்காங்க, ஒய் டோன்ட் யூ ஸ்டார்ட் திஸ் அஸ் அ ஸ்டார்ட் அப்னு இன்வைட் பண்ணார். ஸோ அப்போ வந்து அவர் கிளியராக சொன்னார், இதை நீ ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னா பேபாலில் வேலை பார்த்துட்டு இதெல்லாம் பார்ட் டைமெல்லாம் பண்ண முடியாது தம்பி, ஃபுல் டைமாக ஆரம்பிக்கிறதா சொல்லி நாங்கள் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறோம் சொன்னாங்க. ஸோ வி குவிட் அவர் ஜாப்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் பேபால் அண்ட் ஸ்டார்டட் திஸ் அஸ் அ ஃபுல் டைம் இன் 2014. ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணும்போது ஃபஸ்ட் எம்ப்ளாயி ஸ்ரீதேவின்னு சொல்லி எங்கள் டீம் அவங்க தான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணாங்க. ஸோ ஒன்ஸ் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் பில்ட் பண்ண விட்டு வி ஜாயின்ட் இன். ஸோ ஆரம்பித்தோம். இன்றைக்கி திஸ் இஸ் வாட் இஸ் தான் எங்களோட வி காட் இன்குபேட்டட் பை ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ் அண்ட் ஆல்சோ பை ஐஎம் அகமதாபாத். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் வேர் இன்றைக்கி இதுதான் ஸ்டேஜு. ஸோ 2.6 million லேர்னர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, 26 lakh லேர்னர்ஸ் குவியை யூஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்க. ஓகே, 1000+ கம்பெனிஸ் வந்து எங்கள் மூலமாக லேர்ன் பண்ணுற பீப்புளை ஹையர் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ இந்தியாவில் வி பீன் கன்சிடர் ஆர் ஐடென்டிஃபைட் ஆர் ரெக்கக்னைஸ்ட் அஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த டாப் டெக் வர்னாக்குலர் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம். ஓகே, அதோட பியூட்டி என்னென்னா, we got acquired by HCL last year. HCL has invested in Guvi. So we are now a HCL group company. Okay, so இதான் எங்களோட ஜேர்னி. இன்றைக்கி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அரௌண்ட் 13 லாங்குவேஜஸில், நான் சொல்கிறது 13 மொழியில் இந்த கண்டென்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்குது, இன்க்ளூடிங் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லாங்குவேஜஸ். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் அரபிக், ஸ்வஹிலி, வியட்நாமீஸ், அங்கேருந்தும் எங்களுக்கு யூசர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. அவங்களும் நம்ம கண்டென்ட்ஸை, நம்ம க்ரியேட் பண்ண கண்டென்ட்ஸை படிச்சுட்டு இருக்காங்க. அண்ட் thousands of companies, நான் சொல்கிறது எல்லாமே டாப், ஸ்டார்ட் ஃப்ரம் டாப் டெக் கம்பெனிஸ் இன் தி கண்ட்ரி. இன்றைக்கி யூனிகார்ன்ஸ்னு சொல்கிறாங்களே, அந்த கம்பெனிஸ்லையும் குவிக்கில் ஹையர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இங்கே இருக்க முக்கால்வாசி ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் போட்டிருக்காங்களே, தே ஆர் ஆல்சோ ஹையரிங் ஃப்ரம் குவி. ஓகே, ஸோ இன்றைக்கி வந்து இட்ஸ் மோர் ஆஃப், ஸோ 2 மாடலில் இருக்குது. ஒன்று வந்து செல்ஃப் லேர்னிங் கோர்சஸ். ஸோ அந்த நான் சொன்ன 13 லாங்குவேஜஸில் எந்த கண்டென்ட்னாலும், பைத்தான் எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, யூ கேன் லேர்ன் இன் தமிழில் படிச்சுக்கலாம், தெலுங்கில் படிச்சுக்கலாம், ஹிந்தியில் படிச்சுக்கலாம், இங்கிலீஷ்லேயும் படிச்சுக்கலாம். அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாமே படிச்சிருக்கோம். ஸோ அலாங் வி ஒர்க் க்ளோஸ்லி வித் AICTE. ஸோ இந்தியா லெவலில், நேஷனல் லெவலில் இந்த கண்டென்ட்ஸ் ஆர் பீன் டேக்கன் ஃபார்வர்ட் அண்ட் வி க்ளோஸ்லி ஒர்க் வித் தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் ஆஸ் பார்ட் ஆஃப் தேர் நான் முதல்வன் இனிஷியேட்டிவ். ஸோ பேசிக்காக சொல்லணும்னா, இன்றைக்கி நீங்கள் டெக்னாலஜி எது படிக்கலாம், ஃபுல் ஸ்டாக் டெவலப்மெண்ட்டாக இருக்கலாம், டேட்டா சயின்ஸாக இருக்கலாம், ஆர் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸாக இருக்கலாம். இன்றைக்கி இதான் நீஷ், பிளாக் செயின், ஆனால் வந்து இவ்வளோ காம்ப்ளெக்ஸான கான்செப்ட்ஸை இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ஓரியன்டாக இண்டஸ்ட்ரி நல்லா வச்சு பாருங்கள், ஒரு விஷயத்தை இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க இன்றைக்கி கட்டிங் ஏஜ் டெக்னாலஜிஸ். அங்கேருந்தே ஒரு மென்டர் வந்து சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தா எப்படி இருக்கும், அங்கே ஹேண்ட்ஸான க்ரியேட் பண்ணுற ஃபவுண்டர்ஸ் வந்து சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தா எப்படி இருக்கும், அங்கே இருக்க சிடிஓஸ் வந்து உங்களுக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தா எப்படி இருக்கும், அதுதான் கூகுளில் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். ஓகே, ஸோ டேரெக்டாக இண்டஸ்ட்ரியிலேருந்து டு த லேர்னர் நாலேஜ் வந்துட்டுருக்கு. அண்ட் இன் அ லாங்குவேஜ் ஆஃப் யுவர் சாய்ஸ். எனக்கு தமிழில் படிக்கணும் ஆசைனா தமிழில் நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கலாம், தெலுங்கில் படிக்கணும் ஹிந்தியில் போய்னா ஹிந்தியில் எடுத்துக்கலாம். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் வாட் வி டூ. அண்ட் இது வந்து செல்ஃப் லேர்னிங்காகவும் இருக்குது, ஸ்ட்ரக்சர்டு பூட் கேம்ப் மாடல்லையும் இருக்குது. ஓகே, 3 months ஆஃப் ஹேண்ட் ஹோல்டிங்கோட இருக்கும். ஃபுல்லாக வந்து ப்ராஜெக்ட் ரிவன் மாடல். ஓகே, இதுதான் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இது வந்து இதுக்கு மேலே இந்த டைமில் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணல, இதுக்கு மேலே கூகுள் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் பார்த்துக்கலாம். ஐஐடியோடு சேர்ந்து ஸோ ரெக்கக்னைசிங் அவர் கோர்ஸ் கண்டென்ட், குவியோட கண்டென்ட்டோட வேலிடேஷன் பார்த்துட்டு ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ் ஹஸ் ஜாயிண்ட்லி இஷ்யூட் அ சர்டிஃபிகேட் ஃபார் குவி கோர்சஸ். சரியா, குவியில் படிக்கிற கோர்சஸ்க்கு தே கிவ் அ ஜாயிண்ட் சர்டிஃபிகேஷன். ஓகே, ஸோ ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ் தவிர ஐஐடி கான்பூர், ஐஐடி ரூர்க்கி ஆர் ஆல்சோ இன் தி ப்ராசஸ். ஸ்லைடர் மூவ் ஆகல. ஓகே, ஸோ இதுதான் வந்து சாரி ஓகே, இதெல்லாம் வந்து தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்டோட பண்ணுற வேரியஸ் இனிஷியேட்டிவ்ஸ். நான் முதல்வன் ஒரு இனிஷியேட்டிவ் இருக்குது, கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்களா? அதில் குவி கோர்சஸை கிரெடிட் கோர்சஸாக அக்னாலேஜ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ குவியில் நீங்கள் கோர்சஸ் படித்து அந்த கோர்சஸ்க்கு யூ கேன் கெட் 2 credits for your degree programs. Okay, so that is a validation that GUVI has acquired, and the same is happening in other states as well, UP and APDSDC as well. ஸோ இது என்ன இனிஷியேட்டிவ் அப்படின்னா, யூஸ்வலாக ப்ரோக்ராமிங்கை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஒரு மித் என்ன இருக்குன்னா, பாய்ஸ் தான் மென் தான் வந்து இருக்கிறதுலே நல்ல ப்ரோக்ராமர்ஸு, விமன்லாம் வந்து கொஞ்சம் அவ்வளோ பெரிய ப்ரோக்ராமாக கிடையாது, அப்படிலாம் ஒரு மித் இருக்கும்ல. அதை ஆக்சுவலாக குவி பிரேக் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். எங்களோட 26 lakh லேர்னர்ஸில் மோர் தென் 60% ஆஃப் த லேர்னர்ஸ் ஆர் விமன் கோடர்ஸ். ஓகே, எங்களுக்கே இது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமான விஷயம். என்னென்னா, யூஸ்வலாகவே என்ன மித் அப்படின்னா, ப்ரோக்ராமிங்கை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஹேண்ட் ஹோல்டிங் இருந்தால் தான் படிக்க முடியும், அப்படிலாம் கிடையாது. அதுக்கு உண்டான ரைட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் பில்ட் பண்ணி அவங்களோட அந்த இனிஷியல் இன்ஹிபிஷன் இருக்குல்ல, அந்த பயம் இருக்குல்ல, அதை மட்டும் நம்ம போக்கிட்டோம்னாலே ப்ரோக்ராமிங்கில் வந்து யாருனாலும் அடுத்தடுத்த லெவல் போயிட்டே இருக்கலாம். ஸோ அப்படிப்பட்ட இனிஷியேட்டிவ் தான் அது. ஸ்ரீகிக்னு ஆரம்பித்தோம். இன்றைக்கி 50,000 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், ஸ்கூல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் சொல்கிறேன், 50,000 ஸ்கூல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எஸ்பெஷலி கேர்ள்ஸ் ஆர் லேர்னிங் த்ரூ குவி த்ரூ தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் ஆஸ் வெல். ஓகே, இது இன்னொரு மைல் ஸ்டோன் குவியோட ஜேர்னியில். வி காட் அ கின்னஸ் வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட், மோஸ்ட் நம்பர் ஆஃப் லேர்னர்ஸு பைத்தான் வந்து 24 hours சொல்லி கொடுத்தோன்னு சொல்லி வி காட் அ கின்னஸ் வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட். ஸோ இது வந்து விச் வாஸ் டன் அலாங் வித் ஏஐசிடிஇ. ஓகே, ஸோ இந்தியா லெவலில் வேர்ல்ட் லெவல்லையே கின்னஸ் வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்டு இந்த இனிஷியேட்டிவ்காக குவி தான் வின் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ தட்ஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த மேஜர் மைல் ஸ்டோன். இதெல்லாம் அதர் வேலிடேஷன்ஸ். வி ஆர் பார்ட் ஆஃப் த நீட் போர்ட்டல் as well. ஸோ ஐம் டன், முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. இதுதான் ஜேர்னி. ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது ஒரு லேர்னர் வச்சு ஒரு ஃபவுண்டர் வச்சு ஆரம்பித்தோம். இன்றைக்கி எங்களோட லேர்னர்ஸ் அசைன்மெண்ட் 26 lakh லேர்னர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. எங்களோட டீம் சைஸ் இன்றைக்கி 750. ஓகே, ஸோ அக்ராஸ் த கண்ட்ரி ஹையர் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அண்ட் டெடிகேட்டிங் திஸ் சக்ஸஸ் டு த டீம். தே ஆர் த ஒன் ஹூ டிரைவிங் திஸ். அவங்க ஆப்வியஸ்லி அந்த டீம் இல்லைன்னா எங்கேயுமே எதுவுமே வந்திருக்க முடியாது. அண்ட் ஆப்வியஸ்லி த சப்போர்ட் ஃப்ரம் த ஈகோ சிஸ்டம். இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்டோட ஸ்கில் டெவலப்மெண்ட் எப்படி எங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணாங்களோ, ஏஐசிடி எப்படி சப்போர்ட் பண்ணாங்களோ, இந்த மாதிரி இனிஷியேட்டிவ்ஸ் ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ் எப்படி இன்குபேஷனில் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணாங்களோ, இந்த மாதிரி சப்போர்ட் சிஸ்டம் இருந்தால் தான் எந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப்பாலையும் க்ரோ பண்ண முடியும். இஃப் யூ ஆர் பிளானிங் டு ஸ்டார்ட் அ ஸ்டார்ட் அப், கெட் ஆப்வியஸ்லி த ரைட் வேலிடேஷன்ஸ். உங்கள் ப்ராடக்ட்டை வேலிடேட் பண்ணுங்கள், அதுக்கு ரைட் ஈகோ சிஸ்டமில் கெட் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கள். அண்ட் லைக் மைண்டட் ஃபவுண்டர்ஸோடு கனெக்ட் பண்ணுங்கள். யாருக்காவது எதாவது கனெக்ட் பண்ணணும், இந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஜர்னி பற்றி பேசணும், ஆப்வியஸ்லி மோர் வெல்கம் டு டியூ. ஸோ எப்போனாலும் கனெக்ட் பண்ணலாம். சரியா? தட்ஸ் ஆல். தேங்க்யூ. ஓகே, நான் கீழே தான் இருப்பேன். எனி questions we can reach out. Thanks.
A heartfelt thank you to Mr. Bala Murugan for a captivating and insightful presentation. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker, hailing from We Found Circle. Mr. Ashwin Ganesh brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in deep tech investor perspective. We welcome you, sir.
I don't need the screen. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I'm not sure how many of you all have been here from the beginning, but actually, Bala and Professor Ashok Junjunwala had covered most of the aspects from a investment and deep tech technology perspective. But I'd like to actually share my experience and what are the companies We Founder Circle has actually invested in the past related to deep tech. So in fact, my journey with the startup ecosystem started about 4 years ago. So I was part of a company called Paybe, which was actually a fintech company before all the like Kathabook, ChargeBee and all had come. So we wanted to actually bridge the gap between the distributor and the retailer. So because a lot of times the manufacturing actually have all their systems in place, but the real like transfer of money between the distributor and the retailer involves actually some element of cash. So that's why we actually were riding on UPI, but at the same time, the startup really didn't take off. I was actually an investor and I was working very closely with the founder. I was not the founder of the company. Then my second stint is then I started wondering, okay, let me play the hat of an angel investor. So I started actually investing in startups where I actually had intuition, access to the founder, and some element of knowledge on the business. So currently I've actually invested personally in about 15 startups, out of which I've got 2 exits and like 2 have gone bust and 11 are actually doing pretty decent. So coming back to the, and We Founder Circle, actually we started off as an angel network. Now we actually run an Indian angel fund, a global fund and a VC fund. So, and what I would say is in terms of the nitty-gritty, whether be it a deep tech startup or any startup, as even Bala was mentioning, it is actually the team. The team plays a very critical role in terms of, I would say, knowledge, and it's good to actually have different people. It's like, though they say like-minded people and birds of the same feather flock together, I personally disagree. I feel when you have different people in the team with different characteristics, you actually would get the true value of the company. And it's always good to have the primary company as your main focus and vision. So that being said, like some of the companies that We Founder Circle has invested is, there's a company called Cusmat, which are into AR, VR, and in terms of, they work with companies where they don't actually have to work on their equipments. Say, for example, most of these companies, they spend a lot of resources in training their employees using their equipments, like be it a Vedanta or other groups which are into mining and so these people were actually trying to create best scenarios and worst case scenarios in order to avoid conflict, and now they're actually we backed them at a very early stage and now they're actually pretty doing well, and I think they are about valued about at 100 CR, and we entered when they were valued at 30 CR. And second, for most of the deep tech companies, what we are beginning to realize is we prefer the founders not to focus on the valuation aspect of it. So more of value creation. And it is, if you can explain your startup to, I would say, somebody who is very new, in simple terms, who is exploring this asset class, to somebody who I would say like have been in the ecosystem for a while, that will be great. Because 90% what we have observed is deep tech investors actually, they invest in probably companies which are actually solving, I would say, holistic and worldwide problems such as, I would say, like diseases or like say food shortage or climate change. So these are the things which actually typically a lot of I would say active investors invest related to deep tech, and they are very aware that the horizon is very long. The horizon for a deep tech startup, I would suggest, like any investor, we should have a horizon of at least 8 to 10 years until they actually see true value in the company or the product. And that's how even VCs work. In fact, recently, I'm not sure like how many of you have studied, like Bloom Ventures had given a 5x return to their investors over a period of 10 years. And Bloom Ventures actually focuses primarily on deep tech. So, and that being said, there's another company called, which we had backed, was Garuda Aerospace. So and all, of course, Garuda Aerospace states that it's going to go in for IPO in the next 2 years, which is a very great thing. If it goes, it's awesome for all of us. But I would say like it's very important for people to understand like who they are pitching to, not to pitch to random people. Actually, try to pitch to people who understand the ecosystem, especially when it comes to deep tech, because the probability of you all getting funding, be it through a network or through an individual or through an institute, is higher. So I would say so that is a very critical piece in the deep tech ecosystem. And coming to We Founders Circle as an organization, we are about a 3-year-old organization. We have invested in about 113 startups till date across various sectors. And on an average, our portfolio would be probably around 4x till date. So, and yeah, so I would say like that's the thing. And one more quality which I would suggest for founders is like perseverance. So, and they being honest, because a lot of times, like say for example, recently we backed a company called Crackle. Crackle actually is from the leadership team of Google. They had actually come out and they started this company, and I think everybody is also aware that Google makes their main income is from advertisements. They might have like 100 odd products, but their cash cow and breadwinner are ads, through ads. So in fact, they were instrumental in actually cracking that code and algorithms of ads for Google. So they stepped out, started a company called Crackle, because they saw there was a vacuum and a deficit between the publisher and the ad tech companies. And what we actually learned is, one is their passion and their knowledge, that even if like the ad scroll can actually come down by a microsecond, that actually adds a lot of value to both the spectrums, the publishing company and the ad tech company. So these are the companies which as of today, they have not generated revenue, but at the same time, they are piloting with very strong publishing houses, which actually itself is a very good validation. So that is our second point is generally when we actually look at a deep tech company from an investor's eye, it need not be revenue generating, because we understand the nuances of it, but at the same time, we would want like some element of validation where they are actually working very closely with a particular company at least for 6 months, where they have like things written on paper, like an MOU, and what is the clarity, what is the scope of the pilot, is it renewable, not renewable, and things like that. Because we understand like if there is true value that is there from both the sides, this will convert into a good company. And another company which we had invested, which I would like to talk about, is Pixel. So Pixel is basically into satellite imaging, and this deal had actually come to us sometime in May. And in fact, and a lot of times investments happen also through intuition. Like you're sitting across a network, you're sitting across a person. A lot of times, I may sound very naive, but like if we find a founder actually very confident, at the same time humble, and at the same time knowledgeable, we feel that he can pull off a company. It could be like not rocket science too. So like Pixel, in fact, one of the reasons I personally was actually, I helped that deal raise some money is, one, I like the way where he was very clear in what kind of investors he wanted at what stage, which I find very few founders doing that. They being very, very clear at what stage, what kind of investor. To repeat my thing, like say for example, one of his first check was from actually a mining baron in Australia. And that's because he first wanted to understand like his products can not be used for various things, not only the satellite imaging in space, but also in mines and other things. So his first round, apart from friends and family, were with business people. So they were like, boss, even if you give me a small check, I don't mind, but I want you on my cap table. So that says a lot about the founder, and also that also says a lot about like what kind of product he wants to build through which sectors. His second check was through a network, because he thought that, okay, the network would help him expand his business connects, his validations and other things. His third check was from a VC. And because of all this, in fact, Google had invested 18 million USD last year in the same company called Pixel. So like, I'm sure like a lot of companies do the same thing, but I think a lot of companies also are not aware of these. So it is very, I would say it is very critical, especially when you're running a deep tech startup, to understand what exactly you want at what stage. Because at any given point of time, if your clarity or focus on the product or service / on the funding goes haywire, it becomes very difficult. You will be all over the place, and sometimes you may not think. Because ultimately, cash flows are important, and from an investor point of view, exits are important. So, and if you actually go for strategic investors, they understand, they have the patience, they know the wait period. So with that, I would like to wrap up, and like any kind of questions if people have, if I know the answer, I'm happy to answer. If I do not know the answer, I can connect you with the right people who know the answer. So on that note, I would really like to thank iTNT for actually giving me the opportunity, and we work very closely with iTNT and with a lot of other incubation centers in Chennai. And yeah, thank you so much, and have a good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Your expertise has added immense value to our gathering. So without any further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Sukhpreet Singh, CEO of Tanzam, the Center of Excellence.
A very good afternoon to all of you who are available here. My name is Sukhpreet Singh. I am Chief Executive Officer for a government company by name Tanzam. Tanzam is basically Tamil Nadu Smart and Advanced Manufacturing Center. And it's a Section 8 company which is a 100% subsidiary of Industrial Corporation, TIDCO. So with that small background, it's a not-for-profit company. We are based out of Tidal Park. We are in the C block at 6th floor. And we have Siemens as our technology partner. And this is a company which is set up across 15,000 square feet area. And largely, we have a lot of technology, advanced technology as an asset within the company. So with an interest to show you what exactly Tanzam is and how it is supporting the entire ecosystem, whether it is a startup or an industry, I came here. This is one of its kind center of excellence. We have academic center of excellence which has a mandate towards research, innovation, as well as skilling. Whereas for the very first time, government has this idea that we want to come out with a COE which has larger mandate to support industry. And there should be a COE which should give solutions to industry like a vendor company, a government company which facilitate solutions, deep tech solutions, digital transformation solutions, industry 4.0 solutions, like any other vendor system. Also a company which provide a lot of access of technology to startups. We are identifying that many startups, they are getting absorbed by the challenges they face. When they start their journey, there is a good idea, there is a good thought behind it, there is a core team which will work on it. But then over a period, as they get a lot of challenges within the process, they start seeing or they start diluting on the motivation which they have on day one. So we were thinking that why not have a government company which has a mandate also to give support. It has to be a support which is not in the form of 100% grant. It has to be highly subsidized. so that the only serious startups could come in and have access to this. This support we also want to extend to MSME sector. There's a huge MSME sector which is a backbone of any state, and which Tamil Nadu also has. Tamil Nadu is one of the largest state housing a lot of MSME industries, and these all industries which are small scale production houses, they need lot of access to technology, although they cannot afford it because it's very, very expensive. A small license will cost them in lakhs. So why not have a company which support them into giving those access of technology, also help them with subsidy on giving solutions. So that is how TANSEM came in principle in structure, and we are one of the nominee for the Global Award of Siemens as well. We largely have 7 different centers within our ecosystem. One center is largely focusing on innovative manufacturing, which is your, we have a 3D printer, which is a metal printer. You can have stainless steel printed at our center. You can have copper printed at our center. You can have Inconel printed at our center, and tool steel also. And we have post-processing infrastructure also. We have solutions on reverse engineering. We have an in-house 3D scanner. We have modelers available, and we have startups who came to us interestingly for different types of requirement. I have a startup who came to us for reverse engineering of a tractor. And I have a startup who came to us for reverse engineering of a elevator switch. So interestingly, all these startups, they have different ideas. Now, reverse engineering of a tractor, the interest was that we wanted to come out with an electric tractor with a more ADAS-based, and autonomous-based functioning. They wanted to make a semi-autonomous, and they engaged us for entire reverse engineering of all the parts, and we also optimize the existing designs. So we have a design team and analysis team which do the entire structural level analysis, the entire FEA and CFD. So that end-to-end support he got from us. Then we have another startup who was struggling with when there is an issue between the countries, he was not getting supplies from a different country for the switches. So he came to us and he said, can we do the entire switch here? So we did the design, and then we connected him to a manufacturer who can do the indigenous work. Similarly, we do work for defense and other government companies. So this is on the innovative manufacturing side. Then we have a center which is towards product innovation. There is a company which has a small design house within, and they are struggling to get a complete structure for their 3D printer which they have manufactured. So they are supplier of about 200 CR revenue, and they are coming out with their own versions of printers where they need the outer casing of printer, which we designed for them, and now it is into production. We did designs for different other SPM, special purpose machines, where end-to-end system engineering is being taken care in-house. We have a center towards smart factory automation. On the industry side, when we go to leather industry, we'll find a lot of processes which are still manual and traditional. You will find us getting involved into turnkey projects. We did automation for them. We did data visualization for them. And we did it complete end-to-end, setting up a test bench and then doing the automation. I'll show you that video also. So we do the smart factory automation as well. It is like a company which is working for companies, and as a government company. We do AR, VR kind of applications. We are working closely with the Directorate Public Health, and we also work with medical institutions here, premium institutions. We create VR environments for medical, healthcare, and manufacturing. We have a steel manufacturer for which we are creating a VR as per their requirement. And we have startups also which are involving us into different engagements. Beyond that, we have predictive engineering and analytics, where we are involved into solvers, and we are involved into, then we have asset lifecycle management, where we are into industrial IoT. So all these technologies put together, they are at one place, and this all is bundled under product lifecycle management, the entire product lifecycle of a particular product we handle. So that's the capability of the company. And if you look at the skill gap in small and medium enterprises or businesses, we call it. So in the country context, if we go, so we try and help SMBs, we try and help startups, and we also try and help students. We involve students into a lot of internships and skill-based tool learnings and project works. That also we are doing as a mandate. There is a huge gap which we find with digitalization and skilling. Presently, what we are seeing is that students in the colleges, they are reading subjects and also they are getting some knowledge about tools, but whereas the actual used cases or the industry application of it, there is a small space for us to penetrate and add that value into the system where we are bringing in that knowledge. Like other partners, GUVI and other people who are participating into government initiatives, we are also one of the implementer of Nan Mudalvan. We skilled about 56,000 students across Tamil Nadu in that initiative, a credit-based program. And this we did it in 750 institutions across. And we also trained about 1,000 plus faculty while we were doing this initiative. So that's another part of us. Tamil Nadu is a potential state, and Tamil Nadu is already a state which is per capita, we are very strength. And our objective and our vision is also, the CM vision is also very strong. They wanted to make it 1 trillion. And, it is not just that it's a matter of vision. There is a lot of work being done to actually achieve what we are aiming for. So this is the right state and the right ecosystem which is available here. And companies like Tansam, they play a good vital role because we can do a lot of hand holding for anyone who is interested into getting into an enterprise. Just the startup has to be mature enough to come with the right problem. That is what we are expecting from them. Then once we listen to it and once we find that this is a genuine startup and they have a good problem which can be addressed, we actually go to a level of not only mentoring them but giving them the solution. That is how we are working. So these works you might have seen it. This is one which we have done for highways. Can we go back? Can we go back? Yeah. So this is the one which we are doing for highways. It's a AI-based PCU calculation which we are deploying. Then this one work which we have done for OEM, there is a simulator we have for motion simulation where you can understand the load structural, how it will behave under a particular condition. Some of the work which we have done on healthcare is also there. There are about 35 projects which are independent projects we have undertaken. It's a 1.5-year-old company, and we have done about 108 jobs for industries by now. And we have a client base of about 69 independent clients. So with that, and there are about 23 startups which are being supported through us. So this is a small journey of Tansam which we have carried out. There is a startup based out of Trichy, which is in-source consulting. Now they are full-time company, a private limited company, which is actually supported by us. There is another startup which is going to announce their product tomorrow here. So they were also supported by us. And these are some of the other work which we have done for startups. Like this is a filter which we have where the startup is interested to have absorption of carbon. And we have optimized the design and we have optimized the entire design, as well as we have also checked, we have analyzed to what level it is getting absorbed. They are aiming for 80% plus absorption of carbon, and through our studies and through our team we are able to achieve that. Another requirement on FEA, and there is a startup which has involved us into smart kitchen NPD, where they want us to design the gantry robots which can take care of the entire smart kitchen operations. So we have both done the design part of it and also done the analysis part of it. And this is a UK-based client which has approached us for, they are into centrifugal pumps. So they wanted to undertake analysis through us. So it is just not analysis. We are into a lot more technologies, but what I wanted to show you is how we are useful. We are useful not only into designs, but into analytics, into turnkey projects, into robotics, into industrial IoT, and also going ahead, we will be useful into MES and PLM. These are some of the jobs which we have done for a startup, the one which I was referring to on reverse engineering. And so going ahead, we are also evolving models where we are trying to closely work with clusters, We wanted to create some satellite centers across Tamil Nadu where we are mapping different requirements of MSME. So all these startups will become a MSME and gradually they'll become an enterprise. So all these MSMEs also, they need a lot of hand-holding when it comes to digital technologies. So going ahead, what we are planning is we'll have small satellite centers across Tamil Nadu where we'll be operating a smaller team of about 4,000 square feet, about 10 to 15 people, which will largely focus on that cluster or it will focus on that sector. Like leather is one sector which we have identified. Similarly, automotive, we have tied up with a cluster. Soon we are going to tie up on coir and textile clusters also. So there are a lot of areas where we are going sectoral wise as well as cluster wise. So going ahead, you will find us available in different parts of state as a small satellite center. And there are many district officers which we are training and orienting them in terms of what exactly TANSAM can add as a value. At this forum, what I wanted to share with you is that such kind of facility is available which you can leverage and see how it is useful to you. This is one of the startup which is going to inaugurate tomorrow. Akash is one. They were also mentored by us and we were there from the very beginning when he came like a 21-year-old boy and he want to start a journey of startup. So from that day, we are holding him and we are engaging him into different projects. We understood the strength and now he has some seed fund and he also has some revenue in his kitty. And he is also coming out with few orders. Interestingly, we see these success stories as a success story for us also, how we are hand-holding them and how they are going out and shaping up. So this is our team, a smaller team we have of about 40 engineers with 30 more non-technical operational team. And then we have about 250 trainers and other network partners who are associated with us. And this is a small journey of TANSAM which we have carried on so far. So with this small note, I'll show you a video. Can we run this video? So this is a process basically in a leather industry. There is a process called counter molding. When you are making a shoe, you will mold it as per the requirement of a design. So there is a counter molding machine which is doing that part of job. So when you actually mold it, mostly they are noting the counts and they are noting the design quality parameters on a manual way. So what we did is we gave them a solution where we can electronically we can map all the values. So we connected a PLC, a small PLC and a IoT gateway, and then we put on the entire value. So this is how the solution is being done. And now this is going to about 30 more units. And there you will see a TANSAM logo, a government company logo into the industry and giving a solution available in the industry. And now they are seeing more interest in engaging us for different level of solutions. Another opportunity for startups is if you are already into some solutions. So we never have an idea of becoming an industry. We are more like an enabler. What we want is right startups to be connected to the right opportunities. So if anyone is working on data visualization or industrial IoT, possibly we'll connect it to a market which is already available, which is having a lot of opportunity. There also we try to do some enablement and do some market reach for you. We also look at right startups which we can tomorrow scale up through this. Because as a company, there is no interest. When I meet this client, they are saying we have 30 more units you have to do. There is another client who is saying you have to do 60 more units. Doing one unit takes about a month or so. So for us to engage and do 90 units, it will take like 2 years. Then I'll be only working for 1 or 2 clients. So what we are also seeing is why not connect these people to the right startups? We don't want to be an industry. We wanted this interface to be met and be an enabler, give them a solution, give them the right startup who can do the entire journey for them, and there is a successful startup through this. So that's another interest for us, why we come to startup community. Next. So it is more like seeing is believing. You come over, most welcome to Tidal Park. Plan a visit. You see with your eyes, my team has created some use cases to demonstrate how these technologies work. And also they are doing a lot of work in industry. We are already partnered to about 9 OEMs. Going ahead, we are seeing a scale of business coming to us. So we need lot of youth coming in and hand-holding all the opportunities which we hold. And we are very near to you. We are in Tidal Park. I think it is a most accessible place. Come over and explore Tansem. You will find some interest for yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, sir. May I now request Nithya Subramanian, Head of Data and Analytics, AMEA, Calanova, onto the stage to share her thoughts on insight from corporates.
Hi everyone. How are you guys doing today? It's been a busy day and kind of lot of people around. So well organized event in spite of all the challenges. So hats off to the organizers. And to begin with, I'll introduce myself. So I'm Nithya Subramanian. I head the data analytics practice for Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa for Kellogg's company. And it's the legal entity of that company is called Calanova, but it is the same Kellogg's brand which manufactures your Pringles or your cornflakes and mueslis and everything, right? So, and I don't have any presentation. I would rather keep it a much more free flow and, if possible, interactive, right? If you guys have got any questions. So the topic is, AI in industries or in typically CPG organization where I come from, right? So if you pick up any CPG organization like Calanova or Kellogg's, primarily the value chain includes the commercial, which is sales, marketing, and it also includes supply chain, finance, and everything, right? And then human resources, R&D. So AI has really helped us transform our value chain from being kind of very, very nominally automated to completely automated, right? And completely value driven, right? And when I talk about AI, it's more of an overarching AI. It includes the erstwhile AI, ML, and all of those technologies, as well as the generative AI. Thank you. As well as the generative AI. So we have really done and dusted our AI story because it has really helped us in, say, optimizing our trade promotions, optimizing our pricing, our inventory levels, and doing the right kind of market and customer research to launch the right kind of products. Imagine if you talk about Pringles, right? One of our flagship snacks, and we call ourselves proudly as the snacks powerhouse, right? So it's not just about the taste of the Pringles, what is the customer like, but it's also about the right size of the packaging, the right color and the shape of the product in itself, right? So all of this AI has really helped us in identifying the customer's needs and their and their economic comfort, etc., and then design the right kind of products and packages. So these are a few areas where AI has helped us, and where generative AI, I think there's a lot of buzz around generative AI. So where generative AI is helping us is in terms of getting more deeper into more conversational interactions with our internal sales representatives or external customers in identifying the market and their preferences, and it also is helping us in coming up with marketing creatives. So this is where AI in a CPG industry is really helping us. And talking about very typically of startups, right? Which we are encouraging, right? The startups, be it who are helping us, coming up with our generative AI applications, or startups who are really kind of helping us with our customer related, analysis. For example, as simple as web scraping and identifying the insights and managing and integrating our data. So these startups that we are really working with, the way we try to enable them is to kind of giving them the right kind of a problem statement, which is going to kind of also not just help us as an organization, but also help the startups kind of innovate, right? And we are giving them access to our infrastructure, we are giving them access to our knowledge content to kind of ensure that, they innovate and then they deliver, right? So this is how we are kind of encouraging our startups. So we are kind of having virtual as well as physical innovation labs or work labs. For instance, in our factories, which are, there's one factory in Sri City in Chennai, and there is one factory in Mumbai, it is in Taloja. So we have got innovation labs wherein, we kind of encourage people to come up with different ideas of identifying the right taste for the Pringles, for instance, or the next release of muesli, right? So and from these innovation labs, we have found really successful products like chocolate muesli and one of those masala chaska kind of tastes in Pringles and all, right? And these are those young talent who have got plethora of ideas, sorry, but they do not have the right platform and infrastructure to kind of develop those ideas and have the ability to monetize them, right? So this is where, as Kellogg's as an organization, is really helping us, and probably even if you look at the larger ecosystem beyond one company like Kellogg's, right? And the government of India as well as the government of Tamil Nadu, they are coming up with innovation ecosystem, right? Infrastructure, right? So if you have an idea, you'll get all the access to the internet or 3D printing or any kind of a technology wherein you can co-create and develop. And these innovation labs are also going to kind of help you share your ideas among your co-innovators and then develop them from scratch so that, they really are some things which are kind of marketable, which are scalable, right? So these are larger initiatives beyond the individual organizations, which I think, could be tapped in from a startup's perspective, right? So I stop here. Any questions that you guys might have, anybody here? Regarding anything on startup enablement and how to come up with the right ideas, because as a part of one of the stretch things that I do, I really also mentor the startups, right? So wherein I really insist that first you need to vet out your startup ideas, right? You need to do a lot of demographic interviews, at least speak to 500 people before you decide to quit your job and start your company of your own. So it's a huge thing, right, to do your own market research before coming up with a startup. So any questions that anybody has in terms of how do we come at the right ideas and how do we kind of realize our startup ideas? No questions? Fine then, thank you so much. Oh yeah, please.
So, Nitya, tell me, using data and analytics,
right?
iTNT Hub is a very nascent organization within the state of Tamil Nadu right now to nurture deep tech startups. And we have a database of researchers, and we are trying to see how we can connect these startup ideas that are coming from different startups and colleges to these researchers who are very good in their fields. What do you think would be the right formula to get that marriage happen?
Right.
Using data and looking at from numbers perspective, so that we know that we can kind of do this properly, and it will tell us intelligently with AI that, hey, you have done this before, but this is where, I don't know, I'm not an expert, so I'm
Yeah. So there are two parts of the problem here. One is how, using data and analytics to coming up with the right kind of ideas which are really marketable, which are addressing the customer pain point, right? Because even the problem dynamics keep shifting, right? What is a problem today may not be a problem tomorrow, or it would not have been such a painstaking problem yesterday. An example is environment and sustainability, right? So it's a nagging problem today, whereas it wasn't such a talk of a town yesterday. So how do we come up with the right problem statement? And second thing is, where can we find the right enabling ecosystem to connect us with the academicians or the researchers or, or the VCs, etc. So there are these two different type of problems. The first problem is where data and analytics absolutely can really help us, because as I was mentioning a while back, a wise person once told me that unless you talk to 500 people and you vet out your idea, don't leave your job and start and initiate a startup, right? So talking to 500 people or having demographic interview of 500,000 people, it's impossible. So their data and analytics can be a very, very reliable proxy, wherein we can look at all the customer sentiment data, customer behavioral data, web data, market dynamics. All of that is available in the www, right? World Wide Web. We can crowdsource it or we can scrap it, and then there are models, there are infrastructure available for us to create those models where we can cluster this data and find what is the problem which the customers are facing today, and base our ideas around that problem, right? So once we have that idea, it's equivalent to talking to 500 people, right? You have got a lot of this data and then you get your own insights without talking to people. And then coming to the enabling ecosystem, that's where organizations like iTNT, and if I were to talk about more at the center, organizations like NASCOM, IoT, COE and all. So these organizations really can come together and be the bridge between innovative ideas and the enabling infrastructure and ecosystem. Something like innovation lab. I was just talking about an innovation lab, which would be such a minimal investment from the public sector, but that's going to be really, really useful for the the startups. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Well, we have a very wise crowd here, right? Absolutely. They don't have any questions. Rather, I'm a pleasure meeting you guys. Thank you so much.
A sincere and heartfelt thank you for your outstanding contribution to the event, ma'am. Now, the gathering can lead for the lunch break, and the audience are expected to be in the venue in half an hour. Thank you.
fantastically. I didn't have 1 rupee from my hand, or I didn't have 1 rupee from the out of the company. And after 18 months of struggling and trying to build it up from scratch, it failed. And I went into a phase of depression right out of college. And you know how it is when you fail in your first startup. And after having a failed experience and going into depression, I had gone to my school to give a wedding invitation of my friends. And I was telling my principal that, they were very partial to me and they never gave me a chance in school. But I had tried and successfully failed in a startup, and how the other first rank students are, housewives. No offense to them though. And then she told me, why don't you give this motivational speak to the students. I hated my school, honestly, and so I said, I can absolutely do that, but you have to pay me. And that's how my second company started. And I named it Chisel. Chisel means uli in Tamil, where you have to shape yourself. And Chisel actually helped me grow fantastically well. I realized after 4 months of trying to run Chisel that I'm a very bad teacher and a very bad speaker, but I'm a very good manager. And so I found a group of students who could help me teach the personality development training. And I approached Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and I didn't have an office, and which I did, and I realized that this is going to be a successful business. And so from 2008 till 2018, Chisel was absolutely successful. Each week I was getting some 30,000-40,000 without having an office, without having any overheads, without having to work ever again. And that was my second company. And the takeaway was, in my first company, I realized I should do only what I'm good at. That was my first takeaway during my second company. And then I started off a coffee shop, a Tamil-themed coffee shop, because I like food, and yeah, I had a lot of passion towards the language. And it was an absolute hit. After Yak Cafe, I started it, and I gave franchisee in my second year. And 4 years down the lane, I sold off my coffee shop to an investor, and with all my branches. And so that was my third startup. And while running my third startup, what I realized was, you need to have your own strength, and you need to have someone to complement your own strength. The first two startups I did alone, but the third startup I had other co-founders with me. So, and each of us had one special ability, which we helped to run this company, and very successfully became a profit-making company, and we sold it off. While I was running, when Yak Cafe was in its peak, there were 13 coffee shops in a 1 kilometer circle of Yak Cafe, but still we ran very successfully. The rest of the coffee shops closed, but we were still running, and we gave franchisees, and I sold it off. And so, however my journey is ups and downs and profit and losses, one thing I never did was, I never repeated the mistakes I did in my previous startups. And of course, I kept doing new mistakes, but that didn't stop me from, going forward. And after Yak in Aminchikarai, where a deaf and dumb girl was sexually abused for a longer period of time by multiple men. And that incident actually affected me a lot. And so I stopped my training institution as a for-profit organization, and I converted it into an NGO. And since 2018, my training institution is no more. We go to government schools and teach small kids from UKG to standard 5th about how to prevent sexual abuse awareness. And so that is what I did after 2018. And currently during COVID is when I started off 60 Plus India. 60 Plus India was started because there was a problem which we saw right in front of our eyes. And there were a lot of senior citizens. Lockdown was a new word. Even smallest things like getting a bubble top water in was a difficulty. And we had helped a lot of senior citizens during COVID in multiple things, even up to cremation. And so this led to me starting off 60 Plus India. And while running 60 Plus India, that's when the funding scenario all came in. I had met multiple people. And another lesson which I learned is always to keep my ears open, always to listen to what mentors, senior people whom we meet. We can meet them anywhere, and they would probably give one sentence and you should understand the depth of it and actually change if it's good enough. There were a lot of inputs for me, and during certain inputs, it took time for me to grasp, understand the reason of those inputs, but I eventually pivoted my business right now from the previous model, and we are into a very successful model. And so what was the lesson I learned in my first failed startup was that we should do a lot of market study. We should understand if the market is right for our business. With the second business, my training institution, I understood that how much ever you want to reduce your overhead cost, that will help in running your business in more profitable manner. My coffee shop, I learned that I need to have a complementing co-founder team. I need to have a very strong team which will help in running multiple things in a startup. And in 60 Plus India, I've learned to listen to mentors. I've learned to listen to what people say, the feedback, and take an informed decision. Not just, whatever everyone says for the whims and fancies we can't do, but we should actually take informed decisions when we hear that there is something wrong or there's something good about a startup. And right now, I am in the journey of 60 Plus India, and I do have a couple of ideas for a sports tech startup and other startups as well. And so my journey as an entrepreneur will keep continuing with different startups. And I think it's less than 15 minutes from the time slot they gave me. And so if any of you have a question, I can answer. But otherwise, thanks a lot for this opportunity. I'm so privileged to stand here and talk to you. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to Ms. Arsiarul for her thoughtful presence. Now it takes a wonderful privilege to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Nitish Kumar from Special Invest, to share his perspective on health tech innovation that promises to broaden our understanding of the deep tech landscape.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for taking out the time and joining in. I know this is a little bit after lunch, and it's inherently a very busy place, so there's a lot of distractions, a lot of noise going around, and I only have about 15 minutes in my hand. So let me try to make it worth your while with two very quick things that I think I just want to put out, right? From having spent time in the deep tech investing ecosystem for about more than a year or so. But before that, very quickly, let me just introduce myself. I'm Nitish, and I'm part of the investments team at a fund called Special Invest. We're a deep science and tech venture capital fund based out of Chennai and Bangalore, and we've been investing across deep tech hardware and software since 2016 roundabout. So we've done about 40 plus companies across 8 years. On the hardware side of things, we've done a lot of space tech. In fact, we're one of the most active space tech investors in the country. We've invested across the entire value chain, and we invest in a lot of other areas like climate, mobility, energy, semiconductors, life sciences, synthetic bio, etc. And on the software side, we've historically done a lot of enterprise SaaS, but now we're also looking at a lot more generative AI and tech and engineering-oriented applications, right? So very quickly, what I thought I will do is convey a little bit about what I think deep tech is, where we think the innovations are coming from across the entire spectrum of deep tech, and also leave the founders with one bit of information about how it can make your job a lot more easier when you're pitching to a deep tech investor. So largely an insight into how the mind of a deep tech investor will think, right? Maybe you'll take some value out of that. I had a presentation, okay, I don't know if that's going to be put up, but that's all right. Very largely, I would say that if you talk about technology as a bit, it undergoes a large sequences of evolutions over time, right? We've had the wave of initial communication era, then the internet era. Initially, it started off with World War II, and then we had military technologies. And then it just evolved over and over and over again, and now we have the AI era as such. If you look at a common factor across all of those themes, I think very quickly you'll realize that when you actually call something as deep tech, it's something that's rooted in science and engineering with the potential for exponential impact. in a way that it can affect the whole world as such, right? And that's largely how we would also categorize deep tech as. And to be very honest, it's actually a term that's out there that's not very clearly defined, right? A lot of people use deep tech at their own will, and it's very much like, yeah, you just have to figure out what's subjective that works for you as a definition, and then you just take it from there. But for us, it's just technology that's very hardly rooted in science and engineering, that has potential for exponential impact, and we just are happy to look at technologies across the entire spectrum that would fit into that whole bucket as such, right? Some of the examples of portfolio companies that we have that are working on these lines is one, Agnikul Cosmos. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. It's a small satellite launch vehicle company. They're working on putting out small satellites and rockets into space. They're probably launching very soon. But what I wanted to touch upon when bringing out this example is largely how we came about investing in this, right? So we first invested in Agnikul in about 2016, 2017 or so. When we did that, the founder was largely a Wall Street trader. He studied financial engineering in New York, in Wall Street. He spent a lot of time there. He came back and then he said, I want to do space tech. I want to build rockets. And he spoke to a lot of investors, but we were one of the very first to kind of like invest and grow along with them. But largely where I'm coming from is that when you really look at why we invested or why anybody would invest, there's largely three factors, right? There's the team, there's the technology, and then there's the market that we look at. For us, Agnikul was a very convincing proposition because for us, the team was really, really exciting to invest in. So we had to take that bet on the team, and that kind of like eventually paved out, and we are where we are on that front. So if you largely look at what kind of risks deep tech investors take, it's underwriting the technology risk at the earliest stage, which we think is largely at a deep tech level, because technology, when we are investing, is not even at a revenue stage. Sometimes the ideas are just on paper, right? You don't know if you can actually even build that technology. Some of the founders that I've spoken to are working on cloning. Some of the founders that I've spoken to are working on flying taxis. They're working on in-space operating vehicles, deep space exploration. So these are all technologies that are very far futuristic and so much in the future that you can't actually put everything on paper and then try to make sense and try to have everything figured out before you can actually go out and invest, right? So we try to keep it very, very simple. We look at the team, we look at their experiences, we look at what they've done in the past, and what kind of insights they would have that others might necessarily not have, right? That can come from either very large industry experience or very unique experiences as such, right? For example, if you take SaaS as a concept, you would want to invest in founders, let's say, for example, who've spent time in Hotstar. Because with Hotstar, you have about 60 million users, 70 million users streaming at the same time. Those are kind of problems that only exist here in India, right? It doesn't exist anywhere else, which means the engineers who are solving those problems are also fairly unique. So you can probably look at something like that and then say, here's a hook that I can thread, here's a thread that I can pull. And from there, hopefully, you'll end up in a very good investment of sorts. So we keep it very simple. We look at examples or nuances like these at the team level and then see where we're at. We look at the technology to the extent that we think is fairly within the capability of the team to be able to execute. For example, one of our portfolio companies called InSpacity is building cities in space, if you put it like that. Right? Now, if somebody comes and tell you that they're building cities in space, you don't invest your money. You're like, what are you saying? So instead, what you would actually have to do is break that down into multiple quantums and then actually say, to be able to build cities in space, you would have to first build in-space satellites that has the ability to connect to other satellites, right? So that you can actually start putting structures together. In order to be able to build that, you need to have very clear robotic systems that can work in space. So the smallest quantum of our investment in a company like that is to be able to really say, hey, can they build a robotic arm? And do they have the expertise and the talent to get somebody else who knows how to do the other bit over time? And then we look at things like that, right? For Agnikul, we would probably look at, does the team have the capability to build the first rocket engine? Or 3D print just one small nozzle and then take it from there. So we look at technology like that. And we would ideally look at the market and then say, if it's really big, then it's very exciting. But if it's not big, we'd at least like it to be exploding as such. Can it be very big in the next 5-10 years, right? Now, there is a matrix that all deep tech investors work with, like largely at the earliest pre-seed seed stage. It is to map all these three, team, technology, and the market, and then really figure out where a startup lies in all of these three. Now, one thing that most founders do not realize, at least in my view, is that they come in, they put a pitch deck out, and then they present the whole thing, and then they say, this is what we're building, this is where we think the value is and all that. But if you really stop for 1 second and then think, okay, but what does the investor actually care about? What is he trying to find out from my pitch? Right? You can actually think about this framework, about the team tech market, and you can just go back and look at your own pitch and then say, according to where I am, what do I think is the biggest problem for the investor? If you're building a rocket, obviously technology is the biggest side because he doesn't know if I can actually build the target, right? But if I'm looking at a SaaS tool, maybe 5 years before technology was a challenge, but now building products is fairly commoditized. Right now the challenge is largely on the GTM side of things. So market is my favorite, probably my most important concern. So when you're presenting, if you can concert and then weave an entire storyline around just that bit, and then put out your pitch, then it solves a lot for the investors actually. And I think that's probably the second takeaway that I just wanted to leave you with. Just find out which bucket you lie among all of these three things at the earliest stage, and then see how I can underwrite or how I can weave a storyline around and then pitch it to the investor so that he actually knows that, oh, this is my concern, but the founder has already thought about it, right? And the founder has already thought about ways to mitigate that as well. So maybe my job is resolved here, and I think the founder knows a little more than I think he does. And that'll go a long way in terms of pushing everybody ahead. So that's largely where I'm coming from. I thought I'll just leave you with that bit of information. It's a very small piece of information, but something that's very crucial that we don't observe a lot. So if that's helpful, I'm glad. I'm just here around, so if you're around, just feel free to hit me up. I'm happy to have a chat. Thank you so much. That's my time.
Thank you so much, Nitish. I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. AJ Balasubramanian, Director, Agilix Tech, and a very popular personality in the startup ecosystem, to talk about health tech innovation.
Good afternoon to all. The schedule is, I think, behind. I'm not going to take much of your time. Are we going to present it, or, if it is not required, I mean, I will go without the presentation because I want to have control over time. So I come from a background of digital health. Most importantly, I come from a background of healthcare data interoperability. But I was requested to speak on healthcare innovation today. Now, given some 10 minutes, the same challenge I think the previous speaker had to condense and then say a few things is not easy because the ecosystem is very vast. And especially the healthcare ecosystem, when somebody says that I'm working in healthcare, it means so many things. Because if you really look at healthcare, broadly, there are three areas: payers, the people who pay for your care, and then the providers, the hospitals and others who actually deliver the service, and then the patients. I mean, they are the most critical element within this three system. So the entire healthcare exists because we want patients to get healthcare, better healthcare, quality healthcare at low cost. And this is, even accessibility. For example, in a country like India, accessibility is also a big problem because we follow a model which is kind of somewhat unique, but also copies many other models. Now, if you really look at US, it's a kind of insurance-driven model where, there is a social security backup. Towards the end, people get covered because they have a social security. And they also have an insurance system because during the useful lifetime, you are covered either by your own private insurance or by the company provided insurance. In India, you'll have to privately buy your own insurance or pay out of your pocket. Now, and in the Western Europe, mostly, there is a single payer system where almost the entire payment issue is taken care of by the government because all citizens get reasonably good health care, even though there may be some challenges. Sometimes India looks interesting, sometimes the other models looks interesting. Now, when you want to innovate in healthcare area, the first thing I want all of you to think, those of you who are aspiring to get into this area, please do understand this ecosystem fully. The problem that I notice with most of the engineers is that they think they understand healthcare because they start building the product even before understanding the market and then knowing whether there is real need actually. I mean, it is like once they see a technology which looks very exciting, they start building a product. It's like, creating a hammer and trying to look for a nail. I mean, most important thing is you have to first identify a nail which is, to be hammered. So if you don't understand that, there is a big problem. So let's come to the actual healthcare delivery ecosystem, which is called care continuum, which is very fragmented in India in a kind of, both integrated and fragmented. In most other advanced countries, this care continuum, which I will explain, looks like this. You go to your neighborhood doctor. I mean, typically it used to be family physician. These days, it is not there. We all immediately hit suppose I have a headache, today I tend to go to a neuro doctor rather than actually visiting my family physician. So most other places, they have a physician and then specialist. When the specialist suggests you to go to an acute care setting where you are performed some kind of advanced surgery, then you are moved to post-acute, then there is long-term care and so many other things. Now this ecosystem, you have to understand before you actually start building products for this healthcare market. Then there are data-based products, there are process and transaction-based products, and there are hardware products. Even within the ecosystem, as I told you in the beginning, the most important area that you all have to concentrate is the product or solution that I'm trying to build will enhance the quality of care to my patients. Because the entire ecosystem is supposed to exist because you are supposed to service the patient. Now, anything and everything that you try to develop in the healthcare ecosystem, the first question you must ask before you start the innovation process itself, whatever I do, whether it would help the patient to get better care. That's the most important thing. So once you know that, then you will be able to build a product which is meaningful. Now, we all know that the healthcare is becoming more like engineering these days. So there are vast opportunities. But at the same time, healthcare has some challenge, adoption challenge. Healthcare is centered around physicians and experts. So any digital intervention that you make in this area must first of all take into account how is it useful for the care provider, the physicians, the surgeons, and the clinicians. Any product or solution that you build must be able to help these people because they have to work with their hands, head, and other thing. The devices, the digital equipments that you make must first of all fit into their context very smoothly. If I am a doctor, even today I am more comfortable writing on a prescription rather than opening a computer and typing. This is, although is changing now because we see a lot of digital native doctors have come in. So 10-15 years, all the countries face problem. The first generation of digital transformation could not happen in healthcare as much as it is. So, but it is still happening. The most important thing that has happened recently is in artificial intelligence. For example, doctors, instead of typing or writing, they can now typically even speak to the system. So therefore, the things can happen. Whatever has to be recorded can be recorded. So this is something that you can consider as one of the areas that you can seriously find application. But the other digital solutions centers around having a lot of data. Now in healthcare, we have huge amount of data, but this data is in silos. They are not available in the form that this can be interoperable. Meaning, Data must have standards, and the data must be accessible. The data must be usable by your software, hardware, or your artificial intelligence system that you are trying to build. India is still way behind in this area, although the government of India is taking initiative. Ayushman Bharat digital initiative is taking place, and those of you who are looking for opportunity to venture, probably you must look at the government of India initiative, which is going to create a unique health identity and register all patients and providers, and from there it could emerge as the next UPI stack like solution. Basically, data may be accessible, interoperable, and available. But when you build these products, one of the other thing is you should ensure that there is some entrepreneur and business fit is available. So you have to ensure that there is a classic thinking, like we all think, if you work very hard, you can do anything. But I would like to caution you, if you want to become an entrepreneur, follow effectual rule. Meaning, first understand what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, what things you can accomplish. If you select something which well fits in your current capabilities and current strengths, which may include your own personal capability, your ability to connect with other people, the ability to form a team, ability to get investment, ability to sustain yourself for long enough, so then you should be able to select the right opportunity which will be fitting very well in your context. So if you do not do that, yes, still you can succeed, but it's going to take enormously long time, because during this long time you will start building your capabilities. So it is not a good idea because things keep changing. So essentially, if you want to venture into entrepreneurship, start developing some skills or start identifying the right partners, the right co-founders, the right go-to-market partner, the right investor, and then plan for a venture which you can manage well. So we think innovation means thinking differently. Innovation also means equally important that you must identify what works for you and then get the right thing and dwell into it very deeply and then work on this. The other thing I would recommend is take a narrow area. It's always, that is why I was mentioning the care continuum in the healthcare space is so huge. The canvas is very vast. So if you think that you are doing something for the whole of healthcare, it's not going to be possible. So within the healthcare, look at which is the simplest area that you can pick up and then go very deep, focus and create a value that is really, really unique in your business. So that's the next thing I would recommend. The third thing is, if you are going deeply into technologies, work with institutions, researchers, and grant. Do not attempt to invest a lot of money initially and start building the product. Just validate. Most importantly, before even you build a product, figure out whether you can test your product with one potential customer. In most cases in healthcare, the products fail because even though the product may be very good, interesting, valuable, you may not be able to test the product if you do not have a good partner who is going to cooperate with you to let you test the product. Because this is assumed as, most entrepreneurs when they start venturing, they never think about who are going to be my first customer who will test my product. And that is why those of you who have been entrepreneur, you might know, getting the first few customers is the most toughest part. And then when you are doing innovation, the first customer has to work with you, accept the flaws, accept the challenges, and still support you. If you want to really succeed, make sure that you select an area where you have some existing partnership or relationship with people who have serious problem and go and try to solve the problem instead of you are trying to invent a problem with a solution in hand. So this is the few things that I want to share. I hope it is useful. So I created a big presentation, but I didn't want to share it because paucity of time. And if any of you have any specific ideas, if you want to bounce with me, you can reach out to me through iTNT. I'll be able to assist some of you because I've done
few times this and then succeeded and failed. So, but it is very exciting time because now there is lots of opportunities both in the hardware, software and material and many other spaces. India is just opening up and the government is recognizing the importance. And look at the niche that you will be able to do well and then go after that niche. Focus, focus, focus. That's all I have to say. Thanks for the opportunity to iTNT. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Vice President, Strategy at Broadridge, India, to share a few words with us.
Hey, everyone. Thank you. Hey, I'm Pradeep, and I represent a company called Broadridge, and I run strategy for them. So before we get into my talk, a very quick quiz. Any idea what is the overabused word? Anything? Any random guesses? Sorry? Okay. Usually, like, people like me, like a strategy guys will come and then say, strategy, that, this, etc. What is the worst word in technology? Yeah, like AI, but more specifically nowadays, people talk about LLM, right? At least AI, but nowadays people have gone specific and this is what they do, right? But why is that it has become such a over-abused word? Or what is actually fueling all of these things, right? If you really think about it, this guy is called Mark Cuban, like, the US Shark Tank guy. He's very popular in the US for the US Shark Tank, just like how we have Shark Tank here, right? Like here in India, we have many other Shark Tank investors now. But he's one of the most, and he also owns more like our IPL. He owns a team there called as Dallas Cowboys. So very popular guy, right? So he said something like this, two things out over here. There will be two types of companies in the future, who are great at AI, and all the rest of the others, right? He also said the world's first trillionaires, right? Like we have billionaires, we have many few trillion-dollar companies, but he says the trillionaires will be there, and they will be the folks who are kind of making good use of AI, right? And that is one of the reasons, if you really think about it, like, the entire thing is happening in AI. But again, AI is a very, very broad word. If you think about it, there you have you have deep learning, you have machine learning, and nowadays we have all these LLMs, and we really do not know what are the other new things that will come up in the very future. Or there are people who even see that, like, we haven't even explored the LLMs in a far more better, and the applications of LLMs will also be very, very difficult and very, very different, and very wide range of applications as well, right? And the other thing, it also means that it also comes up with its own challenges. I do not know how many of you have played with the Gemini AI in terms of the AI. It is actually creating a lot of troubles and challenges for a big company like Google, right? So it is a different topic, like, how big companies like Google can use innovation, or how they will kind of use all these technologies, etc. But despite all those challenges, one thing that we can be very sure is, going forward, AI will play a very, very important and a very, very critical and an important role in all our lives, right? Like professional life, personal life, and even for academia, for the students, the way that how you teach, the way how you learn, how we even get entertainment, right? Like, nowadays, if you see the Sora AI a few days back or a few weeks back, this OpenAI guys had kind of launched, you can actually prompt them that, hey, create a video for this in 1 minute, and then it creates a 1-minute video from the text prompt, right? What if you kind of go and then say that, like, eventually you yourselves can say that, make a movie for me with so-and-so, and for all we know, it will create a 2-hour movie and things like that, right? Maybe the pricing for that will be very different, right? And maybe you will watch it in your home, in your theater, or even Apple has created this progress, right? So which means you have your very own movie only for yourselves with the way that how we want it, right? It is like how we will tell some stories to the kids. We will make up the stories, but you will make up the stories and you will have videos, and then you will watch it. Maybe you will also sell it and you will make money. So there are infinite possibilities, and that is why people say that, like, all this were not some random sayings, but very much possible and so on, right? So, but how do we kind of go about this, or what is that we should do, and how can we leverage all of these things, right? Is it all about technology, or what is that in addition to technology that will really help to make it much more interesting, much more meaningful, and to make it live or to take it to the market, right? So we will just focus more on that particular aspect, not on the tech aspect, but on the business side of it and the practical uses of it, right? So this is first thing that we should always keep in the mind, right? Like, invention is there, but until and unless you're able to commercialize it, it is very, very difficult. Think about many of the inventions, right? But at the end of the day, it is nothing else but invention, right? It might look cool, it might look very fancy, it might look like magic. Like, if you go back and then look at last 5 years, 10 years, or 15 or 25 years, you'll find there are a lot of inventions, right? But not necessarily that they would have been commercialized, right? We all nowadays use this touch-sensitive phones, right? Like, or touch phones. But the touch phone was not, that came very recently after Apple launched iPhone. Apple did something like long ago in terms of a Newton thing, if you go and then search, which had more like a PDA, right? Like, pen, the writing pen on the iPhones, and all of the thing what they did even there, but that was an invention, right? UI is an invention. And the other example that we can think about it is blockchain, right? That is a cool technology, but what is the practical application and how do we commercialize it, right? So think about any new technology that comes up today, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow, or in the future. It is not about the technology, but what really matters is how do you commercialize it, and how do you make money out of it, and can you make money out of it? If you're not able to make money out of that, it is just a cool thing, it is more like a hobby and things like that, right? So always keep in mind, even if you're doing it within the companies, what matters the most is how do you kind of make money out of that, right? So if you can't make money, then it doesn't really help, right? So always think about commercialization would be one first takeaway, right? Yeah, this is another thing that people usually say, right? Like, are you first to the market? Are you early to the market? And how quick are you? So if you're not first to the market, then people think that, like, hey, all other players are there. Then what is it that you will make a differentiation, right? So sometimes being too early is not necessarily a good thing. It is okay to be little late, but what is the most important thing is the market feasibility, right? The one is the commercialization is the first thing that we spoke about, but as a follow-up to the commercialization, the most important thing is the market feasibility that matters. If you really don't have a market, then it really doesn't matter. And sometimes the market comes little later, right? Think about Netflix or any of the streaming thing, right? All the streaming companies are nowadays possible because we are able to have a good phone and then to have a good network, right? If you don't have a good network where you can watch a 1-hour movie, then the streaming technology or launching a streaming service really doesn't make sense. I do not know how many of you will still remember the good old dial-up thing that you have to connect, that kirkir sound will come and only then you will be able to do it, right? And if you're downloading something, you will use something like a torrent and the download will run for a day or so, or sometimes even for multiple days and weeks and things like that for that to happen, right? So, but now it is all that not necessary because you all could carry a phone and that will be having 64 GB, 128 GB, and all of that in the phone, so that you need not carry your pen drive to do that, right? Like, even a 1 GB pen drive used to be such a big deal like some time back, right? I still remember carrying floppy disks for 1.44 MB and all of that thing, multiple floppy disks, multiple CDs, DVDs, right? So the only way that much of the things works is the market visibility, and all the other things should also come in play, right? And when we say about market visibility, it is not just that can people afford to it, right? If the streaming service says that, hey, it is only 200 rupees per month, then we will be saying that it's okay, that fine, I'll subscribe to it. Because 200 rupees is not a big money nowadays, right? But if you go back long ago, even 200 rupees would have been a big deal. But if someone says, hey, 2,000 per month, then again, not everybody will be able to afford, right? So the market visibility is a very, very broad term, which also includes all of these aspects, right? Like the infrastructure, affordability, and all the rules and regulations, and all the other particular aspects that is available for folks. So I said, like, the early bird gets a worm, but like say if you are very worm, which means that if you are very early, if you are a worm, you get eaten by the early bird that comes to eat, right? So sometimes the last movers have the advantage, because like say for example, they could kind of learn from the mistakes by the people which they do. Then you can also kind of understand, hey, what works, what will not work, so you're not trying to reinvent the wheel. If you actually kind of go back and then see all the things that we see nowadays, right? Be it an e-commerce play, or be it the telecom play, and all of that, it is not necessarily the first come player or the first player is ever winning the market, right? People have come pretty late into the market, and then still they are able to win the market, right? The reason why they are able to win the market is, it is not that they are late, they win the market, or the market is ready, they are able to win, or there is a growth in the market. What they do is, they kind of look at the mistakes that the others have made, or they kind of figure out, hey, what are the best practices, what works, and then they just do it, and then they are able to kind of make it work, right? So sometimes it really, really helps to be a little late to the market as well. So this is the last thing that I want to kind of leave with. Like as I was saying in the very beginning, it is not just about the superior technology, or it is all about the product. Because you could have a superior technology, but you could have a superior product, but if people are not willing to buy, if people don't think that your product is good, and if your product is great, and if they are not able to buy it, or if they are not so keen to do all of those things, then it will really not matter, right? All that matters is, like say for example, is the customer liking it or not? The other way to look at it, or one of the best parallel example that I'll say is, think about the movies, right? Some people say, hey, the movie making is very grand, right? The movie budget is like, this much amount of all of that things. I spent this much amount to make the movie, right? But at the end of the day, if you and I as people who go to the movies, if you don't like the movie, it doesn't matter who is the music director, how much they have spent, is it been shot in the foreign locations, how much money has been spent for the graphics. None of that really matters if you really don't like for it, right? That is how it is all for the products as well. So, which means it is not about what you want to sell, but focus on what the customers want. So give what the customers want, and then you will win in the market. And all this technology, all this new age technology, or all the fancy things, it is just a tool to ensure that we are able to give what the customer wants. And with that, I think I'm good. So this is me, happy to get connected over LinkedIn. And if you have time, I'm more happy to take questions as well. Do we have time for questions? Was I too fast? We have time? Okay. We have 5 minutes, okay. So no questions as well? Good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pradeep. We'll take a short 5-minute recess before we start with the Startup Pitch Fest.
As a student, if you want to shine like a sun, first learn like a sun. Learn is a wonderful paper on accessibility to the career perspective. Green are being transformed into thoughts and thoughts into
Startups to pitch their ideas. Brace yourselves to experience the future of tech today at TN. I would like to introduce the jury for the event. Mr. Ashwin Ganesh. Mr. Ashwin Ganesh, we Founder Circle. Mr. Pradeep from Broadridge, India. And Mr. Kolan from SDK Flowworks. First on stage, we have Aishwarya from Blink Smart Homes Private Limited.
Very good afternoon, everyone. So it's very glad to see you all here at Imagine 2024. So I'm Aishwarya Sindhanathan here. So our company is Blink Smart Homes. So we are developing smart switches and smart plugs with the latest technology, Matter over Thread protocol. So in the screen, you can see that we have been supported by various state and central government grants, and we have been selected into top 20 startup in Build for Bharat Geo. So we managed to go into top 10 also, and we are working so that our switches can also be supported with a Wi-Fi, 5G network. I'm sorry. So to give you all a small gist, the smart home trend in India. So you all know that the smart home trend is a growing market. Year on year, this trend is increasing. So smart home is a winning market. So today when you see a smart home brand, there are two main protocols involved, either Wi-Fi or Zigbee. So imagine this is a home where all the smart switches and plugs are installed, and it completely depends on the Wi-Fi network there. So what happens if the Wi-Fi completely goes off? So your entire home goes off. So you cannot be controlling any of the appliances. So because it's always dependent on Wi-Fi or internet, and there are unsafe cloud connection and unsecured connection, it requires dedicated hub, and it is late responsive also. And the best thing about Blink is we have a mesh network so that our products acts as repeaters. It's a self-healing technology. If the Wi-Fi fails, the other product takes over, and the network is kept alive throughout. And the best part of this is these hubs can be speakers from Google, Alexa, or your smart watches and your smartphones too. So you all know that today iPhone 15 Pro has already the Thread technology inbuilt in him. So Apple is always being a trendsetter in the market. So soon all our phones are going to have Thread border routers into it, so that our phones also can be used to be promoting the signals. So with regards to installation, one of Blink's backbone. So today you see that every switchboard comes with a wall box installed behind it. And the competitors' base frames are single directional, but Blink's base frame is bidirectional. It has 11s of 24 mm into each direction, so that it can fit into any kinds of wall boxes across any brands in India. So we also have received our patent for the hardware part of it. And customization part. So in this side, you can see that non-customizable touch switches that are already available in the market. But the other side, Blink's touch switches can be customized n number of times, even after the purchase. The customer has the flexibility to choose, replace, rearrange, or replace the touch switches n number of times during the lifetime. So there is no waste to the economy. And we have also been approved of a design patent for it. So the competitive advantage, to tell you all in a gist, when compared to Wi-Fi and Zigbee, we are using Matter over Thread technology, and we are also building stacks on Matter so that your smart home is a secured home. So our team. So how did we find ourselves fit? Senthilnathan Sambath is our lead innovator. So he has over 13 plus years experience in the Singapore building industry. So he has been into homes, tunnels, and metros. So I'm Aishwarya Senthilnathan here. So I was always a business person. Starting a business and ending it was my portfolio for the last 10 years in Singapore. So we came to India to pursue this idea here. and all our other team members. We have the right mix of discipline. Let it be finance or let it be the technical aspect of it. We have our mentor Parmeshwar Babu, who's also in the crowd. So he has built one of the first softwares for the NASA, and he's still growing with a lot of startup. He's a startup accelerator. And we also have joined hands with InnoCreate, our product developers, and GRL is our testing partners for Matter. So we have joined hands with the right people to provide the right products into the market. So the status, we have completed our MRT and MVP, and the products are in the stall. Please do have a look at E6. And we are doing paid pilots from March 1. So market opportunity, as I always said that smart home is a vending industry. So if you take, as per the Statistica report, $13,000 million by 2026 is easily achievable in the global level. So the target market, who does Blink target to? So first year we will be concentrating on Chennai, Coimbatore, and year on year we'll be increasing our portfolio to the other places. So at smaller steps we'll be moving forward. So our target audience are anybody above 18 to 45, but anybody who's above 5 years can use these switches. So we all know how the smartphone penetration has been done into the market, right? So now everybody of us own a smartphone. So similarly, every residence of yours is going to be smart in the next 5 years for sure. So we reduce the total cost by 30 to 60%. So hence gaining traction is not going to be a major issue. So how do we generate income? So Blink is already targeting the dealers. Builders are our backbones. So renovators, interior designers, direct homeowners, and we also want to target the retail stores. Market strategy. So we would create traction in the market by following these methods, and I can also answer more in the Q&A. This is our revenue model, so we wish to do B2B2C, and we will also be targeting the B2C segment. But being a startup, B2B is the primary thing that we are focusing at this point in time. So this is the sales and the profit forecast for the next 5 years. So our fund requirement. So our ask is 1.25 CR. So we have already done a perfect execution plan. So we are seeking the angels and the VCs who would support us to get these funds. So our vision is a person has to go to a store, buy the products off the shelf of any hardware store, come home, just fix the switches, start using it by scanning the QR code. It's as simple as that. If somebody of you are just thinking, how do I connect the wires? It's earth and neutral. A small electrician down your house can do it. So with regards to the saving to a customer, so we can save more than 1 lakh for a 2 BHK house. The estimations are here. How do we save it is also there. We don't have any hidden costs. There is no annual maintenance cost, no technical installers, there is no civil works, and there is no revisit or customization. So we tend to save all these costs. So to have a look of it, these are our switches that are almost ready. So we are looking forward to work you all soon at your houses, your workplace, hotels, hospitals. So wherever there is a switch or plug, Blink is definitely to go there. Thanks for the opportunity and looking forward for your questions.
Hi, good presentation, Aishwarya.
Thank you.
All the best for your startup. I just want, when you say customizable, that your switch dashboards are customizable, wouldn't customizable be difficult for scalability?
You mean when we scale up?
Yeah, because, I mean, to my understanding, see, the thing is you will be targeting the upper middle class segment and the upper segment, because they are the ones who will probably be in the affordability category. And most of these people live in, I would say, maybe like a gated community or like villas. So they would actually want more a scalable product rather than like if you would say that I'm going to customize it for each house, right?
No, actually we sell as separate modules. So even today when you come and say as we have 8 switches, so the modules are already designed, prepared by you. So we don't give you modules. So you have to tell us what your requirement is, then we'll fix. So we have modules designed accordingly. Later when you renovate your house, so for instance after 5 years you want to renovate it and you want to change your lighting or the plugging, whatever it is. So in the place of a switch you want to place a plug. So at that point in time, the customization is handy. So you may think that today I spent 75,000 for my house. So in another 5 years, when I do my interior, so it's a 75 into the waters. No. So still you can use that. The modules, we sell it separately so that you can buy them and change it. So we don't think as a scalable issue at this point.
Okay, okay. And how much have you raised till now?
Through government grants and through hackathons and everything, we raised 30 lakhs.
And what's your current valuation?
We have just received the patent 2 days back. So pre and post patent valuations are different. We are actually valued at 10 CR. So, but still we have to get it a little bit sorted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If anybody would love to ask something that could motivate us, because we came with an idea from Singapore to Chennai. So we only had a PPT and we pitched it to the TN government, let it be Rotary or events like this, and this product was developed from nuts and screws in the Indian soil. So we would love to know what the Indian market also wants to hear. Yeah, if it's, that's it. Thank you so much for the somebody wants to, is it allowed? Somebody wants to ask a question.
So there's this problem in my house.
Okay.
Whenever I leave my room, I forget to turn off the switches.
Okay, great.
So is there a way you can make it so that when I leave the room, the fans and the lights automatically turn off?
We have motion sensors also. So when you leave the room, you can also set up motion sensors where you can control them. And if not, now when you're thinking that have you offed your lights and fans, it's from your phone or your watch. Immediately you can do it. And even when your screen is locked, you don't even have to unlock your screen to automate your house. In the lock screen, you can control all the appliances. Definitely it's possible.
So do you guys already have it, or?
Yeah, we are into the market from March 1. Tomorrow we are launching it at Umagine. So we are also thankful for that opportunity. So from March 1, you can find us in the market.
Okay.
Do visit blinksmart.com and follow our LinkedIn page. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Next up, we have Deepak from Ozone Motors.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good evening. And I'm Deepak, founder of Ozone Motors. And we are a vertically integrated EV mobility startup based out of Chennai. And if you see EV demand in India, it is rising, particularly in the last mile mobility space. We book our cabs. No, we book on Ola and we usually take a 3-wheel ride in it. And we also are ordering our Amazon, Flipkart delivery goods, which is getting delivered in an electric vehicle. And we see the shift is happening, and the shift is happening now. But if you see the fleet operators or the people who are the stakeholders in this market, who are trying to buy these EVs and operate it for the benefit of themselves and the environment, they really face a huge challenge because of lack of availability of the right kind of vehicle that is suiting their use case. And with India having a steep goal in electrification, particularly in the last mile mobility of 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, we are really shy of the number of manufacturers who are available in this market, and we really have a lot of ecosystem lag, which has to be, mitigated for us to be a clean mobility or like tailpipe emission negative country in the next 2 decades, technically. And our area of focus is last mile mobility, and we are focusing on modular built last mile mobility vehicles for cargo applications. So if you see in this area, what we see is like there are 3-wheel EVs which have like really high downsides of performance in terms of range, charging time, and they have really they kind of retrofitted from scratch, and they really do not have that tech savvy capability, and they cannot be future ready at all for the future roads of India. And if you see this market particularly, they use the same EV for all kind of applications, starting from your e-commerce goods delivery to your dairy industry and pharma, solid waste management. Everywhere it is the same vehicle, that is just modified to the level where it can be done and, mostly retrofitted so that these can be used in this market. What we have developed is an indigenous platform technology on which, multiple categories of last mile mobility vehicles can be built. The platform has capabilities with both wheel, front and rear wheel drive capabilities. We have built an entirely full stack battery pack system for it, which is completely on low voltage architecture. A fleet operator can, come to us, get your entire fleet customized based on your use case. Be it an in-campus off-road application, be it a last mile delivery or passenger mobility vehicle, and down the line, be it a small micro car that is needed for an end user like you and me tomorrow to go to our office and do our urban chores. What we are looking at is to bring out this platform as a technology to both end users and fleet operators, where they can come to our platform, customize the vehicle for themselves, and take an entire fleet out or one single vehicle for themselves from us. We are currently at our MVP stage. We have already validated our platform, and we are looking at partnership for licensing it to a golf cart company, which is basically China Plus One coming down the road, and we see a huge potential in EV growth in India. We have some commercialization opportunities in hand for off-road applications, and we have also built our own technology in terms of the vehicle control unit and also the instrument cluster for the vehicle, which is also being licensed to a Tier 1 OEM right now. We are here to raise a total of $1 million at $5 million in valuation. And we already have lined up a revenue stream for $1 million for the next 3 years. So this is our team. We are a blend of industry expert and also enthusiasts from the market. So we are backed up by great advisors who come from the industry, people working in Mahindras and Tatas who have already worked with Marutis, who advise us in terms of our technical capabilities, product costing, and also supply chain activities. It's not going beyond. Yeah, I think. Cool.
So you built your product currently, right?
Yeah.
And where have you deployed it so far?
We are already building this particular model for an off-road application. So if we see the last model that you have, we're kind of looking it for off-road application into hospitality industry. We thought because these vehicles has to be certified. And certification is a long process, and there needs to be a lot of manufacturing and tooling involvement in it. Yeah. But the platform with the current state, we have already validated it for tens of thousands of kilometers. And we got an opportunity to license it to an existing golf cart manufacturer from India who has more than 30% market share. So we are kind of licensing this technology and building a custom vehicle for them on our platform.
So the first contract will be more in terms of royalty. You'll be getting a royalty for using your platform.
Right, yeah.
Okay. But the goal is for you to manufacture vehicles.
Right.
So both will be parallel verticals. So the licensing will continue, or once you start your manufacturing facility, will you discontinue the license?
That's a good question. We would like to continue licensing because there are a product always evolves. So we wanted to keep the top line for ourselves and license the rest for the ecosystem.
So that's actually a good thing because I would suggest having licensing as a parallel track and having a manufacturing production as a parallel track will be good.
Right.
Because that would always and help you become cash positive much faster.
Right. Yeah, that's the same approach we also have here, and we're trying to be more of cash flow positive, so that.
All right. Thank you.
Hi. I couldn't find any comparative statements on the current
I had a couple more slides. Some of my slides are missing.
Yeah, because we don't know how you compare with what is already in the market, what kind of edge you have over the competitor or whatever.
Yeah, I did have a couple of slides. I really don't know where it went right now. We do have some. So to give you a very quick overview on how it is, if you take these three-wheel vehicles, So any fleet operator who buys this vehicle and operates a fleet for Amazon or Flipkart delivery for say, they earn up to 42,000 rupees per month. And the capex they are incurring is like 3.6 lakhs per vehicle. And it has a top speed of 55 km per hour. And it can do up to like 120 to 150 km range, probably one shift a day covering 5 pin codes. And they can actually, they don't have fast charging capability in this. That's what the current three-wheeler scenario is. But when you upgrade this into a four-wheel vehicle that we are offering on our platform for last mile mobility, what happens is like the capex is going up by 20%, but your earning potential goes up by 1.5 times. So you're earning up to 60,000 rupees per month with a four-wheel vehicle, and you don't have to invest in a Tata Ace which costs you 2 times the cost of an auto rickshaw. Instead, you can choose to invest in a vehicle that is built on our platform, which is going to cost you 1.5 times lesser, and your TCO benefit is huge. So when I directly compare our TCO benefit to a three-wheeler vehicle, anyone who operates a three-wheeler fleet earns roughly 6 lakh rupees at the end of 5 years. With a Tata Ace, you earn up to 20 lakh rupees at the end of 5 years. With our vehicle, you earn up to 15 lakh rupees at the end of 5 years.
Yeah, it would have been better if you had put up a slide on cost comparison and technical details.
Yeah. Sure, I can share it with you for all you're interested to talk. Yeah.
Thank you, Deepak. Next up, we have Vijay from Cardal Industries.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So I'm Vijay here from Cardal Industries. We are a clean tech company. We are focused on carbon capture, utilization and storage. So, and let's get on. So now what do we do? Our vision, we wanted to be a carbon capture company, and we are one of the top 10 Indian carbon capture startups. And our focus is to develop and carbon capture portable systems which can actually address between 0.4 tons of carbon dioxide to 400 metric tons of carbon dioxide per day. And it can be scaled, and it can also be scaled from an indoor indoor perspective of an 150 square feet area, and it can be scaled to an industrial purpose where it could be addressed to handle 0.4 metric tons per day, and it can be scaled to 400 metric tons per day. So this is an elevator pitch, and we are an EPA standard tested product, and we are a technology that is, we have a technology which is patent pending, and we have been proven to achieve 100 ppm of carbon dioxide reduction per hour without any use of water or any chemicals, and we are one of the waterless carbon capture technology. So now this is the problem statement we look at. It's pollution everywhere, and even right at this place from the morning, we've been, there have been thousands of people crowding in, and everybody is liberating carbon dioxide. But we don't have a solution right here at this point of source where we don't have a solution that can capture the carbon dioxide right here, because we've been smoking the other pollution or polluted gases that the other people have been liberating from the morning. And industries, they are definitely polluting too much, and we got other not just industries, but every individual being in this world is also responsible for carbon pollution. And this is a problem statement we try to address. And this is our solution. So we call it as Air Safe Station. So Air Safe Stations basically is a nature-based or a science-based solution where it could be scaled from 4 tons to 400 metric tons a day, and it comes in a kind of a chambered system. It could be fit in a place where a flue gas that comes out of the system in an industry could be sent to our system, then treated, and then can be taken back into the chimney, and when the clean air can be let out. So we use a combination of fiber tech, carbon activation, and photocatalysis a core technology which we use, and it's a patent pending one, and it's an US EPA standard tested. Now the best part here is the element we use to do this carbon capture can later be taken back to the soil and be fed as a fertilizer, and that by avoiding the use of chemical fertilizers. And we do this, the main purpose of we doing this is to fix the soil organic carbon, which naturally is the most important element in addressing the climate change. So this is the validation we have done. It's an EPA standard tested result. It's been done at a private lab, and now we are also working with a few other government firms to get validated in central standards. We are also one of the first Indian companies to file BIS for air purification and carbon capture in India, and which we are currently working on. Now this is the cost metric we look at. So if you will employ air safe station, and it will give you, it will save so much of social carbon cost. Where an individual, when an individual person like you and me throw 1 kilogram of plastic, we actually liberate 2.89 kilograms of carbon dioxide. And now that is something which falls on the country's economy, which is called a social cost of carbon, and which can be addressed using the air safe station. And we would like to address it. Every individual air safe station can actually help to mitigate $1.5 million of social cost of carbon. And this is something we are doing it for Tata. So we have inquiries from people like Tata Power. We have inquiries from Steel Authority of India. We have also presented to Vedanta, and this is one of the data we have given them to nullify or to make net zero Tata Power. This much of stations, and this is the amount of investment they require. So let's say you have invested money in our product, and we have built the station for you, and we have done the carbon capture and everything, and how do you get benefited? So the first part is absolute ownership. Like you can invest 100% of the investment in the stations, and you can take 100% of carbon credits, and you can also take the revenue that comes from selling the fertilizers. Now second one, we could share the ownership. I'll be able to sell the credits for you, and I'll take an a portion of the carbon credit as my revenue, and the rest can be split by you. And the third one, it could be an this is a model we are currently working on, where you and me could actually work out, and such that a portion of the revenue alone will be taken by me as a broker fee, and the rest can be owned by you. So this is the current product solution which we have designed for indoor, and this is how we do the air quality monitoring. And so this is the product lines we plan to develop for the industries. Yes. Open for questions.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
What kind of use case do you find, like this concept of carbon capture, or that whole thing concept is not relevant in India? We don't have any legislation asking the companies to do anything about the carbon emission. Mostly in Europe and US, you find all these legislations where they necessitate you need to do all these things. So what is the basis for your market?
Right. So let's say if you are a steel industry, right? To make an 1 ton of crucible steel, you are actually liberating 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide, right? Now it may not directly have an impact on you today, but you want to export your steel to European Union. Now you need to meet all the ESG metrics, else the European Union is going to tax you higher. That this Indian companies, or you and me, will never be able to make profit. First thing comes there. And second, every ton of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere is going to have an adverse effect on you and me. So, and the Indian government has now established an act to implement the CCU technologies, and the industries are now in a need of implementing the CCU parity agreement actually. So that is the basis where we would like to focus ourselves, and every industry has their own individual carbon capture or net zero goals. Let's say you've got few companies who wanted to do their become net zero by 2030. There are few companies who wanted to become by 2050. And the government of Tamil Nadu has an $1 trillion economy, dream valuation, and which can also be, which is also being, affected by this social cost of carbon. And that's where we come, and our implementation will help achieve the dream.
Have you already made a MVP that can be tested on an industrial scale?
That we have been, we are working on it, and the POC has been in talks with SAIL and Tata Power now. Yes.
In terms of funding, are these companies giving you, will they be funding the project, or are you looking for external funds?
So we have already, very recently we have raised 2 crore from the government of Tamil Nadu. Now what these companies are initially wanting is to, wanted us to make an initial investment, and based on the, results, they are going to invest in the later part. But the other means is, let's say, I'll take SAIL as an instance. I got Salem Steel Plant. Now Salem Steel Plant actually liberates only 0.4 metric tons a day, right? And they have got no ashes because of the steel, they got electric furnace. But the problem here is, I'll have to set up a I'll have to do the installation, and only based on the results, they are going to invest on the other centers. So this is the current stand of SAIL, which we've been discussing. But in the coming financial year, we have an better stance to be played.
That's like you gave a holistic figure of 10,000 crores by Tata Motors and the other thing.
Yeah.
So what is the on hand, like say for example like a POC, a purchase order, or like say I can pilot, say like Tata Power has X number of megawatt power. So which particular plant have you got a sanction, and what would be the investment to set up only for that particular plant?
Okay, I'll again take SAIL as an instance.
Yeah.
If I'll be investing 10 lakhs, the first POC I need to invest amount between 10 to 40 lakhs. If I'll do that, I'll be capturing 4 tons per day for them. And based on that, the pilots can be taken further.
And say for example you have that 40 lakhs to install.
Right.
Like what will be the duration and when can when will the project start, and when can you start monitoring the results?
Right.
Like installation to I would say setup, or what would be the duration, time duration?
Right. So once you give me the order, I'll be starting to build. I'm already building my units. So it will take between 21 to 28 days for me to install it. And when I start, once the flue gas comes in, we'll be monitoring each and every ppm of carbon dioxide that is reduced. And we have got another carbon credit partner from Delhi who has already sold 1 lakh units of carbon credits. So we'll send the data to his API. He will match it to the global standards, let's say Vera or Goldman Sachs standard. And then he'll be able to, he will convert that into DMRV data, and he'll sell it for us.
So typically 45 days from the date of
Yes.
POC?
Yes, basically.
Okay. And how much are you valued at right now?
So our last round of valuation in a friends and family was 4 crore. Now we are valued in the floor of the current CCD round is $1 million. We are planning to, the cap is $3 million, and we are also planning to raise between $2.5 to $3 million, so that we could fastly scale up and we could stock and such that we could go for bigger installations.
Do you have any lead investors currently?
We have got Tamil Nadu government as our investor now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Vijay. Next we have Divya from Pinma Technologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Venkatakrishnan. I am from Pinma Technologies. So, we are a DPIIT certified company, and our product's name is Tyla, which refers to technology based on artificial intelligence for Mutra Pratiksha. So, we are funded by Invest India here, and the next one. So this Mutra Pratiksha technology, what does it says is that it measuring oil, that is in a urine sample, we'll disperse a drop of oil, and it measures the direction of its speed and pattern, so that we can diagnose disease in a much more simpler manner. So consider the fact that instead of taking blood tests and other harmful tests, we could go for a much more simpler approach like this. And we can do prognosis of viral fever, diabetes, hypertension, anemia, hepatitis, and much more. And even we can do for cancer diagnosis as well. So as the need suggests, nowadays in Siddha and Ayurveda world, these processes are done manually. So we are doing it in an automated manner. So that's why using artificial intelligence technologies here. And the motivation here is that we are provided this requirement by Ayush researchers and practitioners, and then it provides opportunity for medical students to research in that field of projects, and then we can take explicit approaches for urine analysis so that we can diagnose much more disease in a much more simpler manner. That's it. So this was our previous setup. Here we had a DSLR camera here. Instead of going for that expensive approach, we can do this with a simple setup. What we've used is that we have used PCs, wireless or wired interfaces, and then an AI-based software system so that it could be done in a much more simple and cheaper manner. So in the year 2019, we got our patent for non-invasive diagnostic tool, that is urine analysis, so that it could be much more harmless to all our people here who are looking for urine tests. And in the year of 2023, we got our patent for urine analyzer. This is our AI here. What we are using is that a technology called computer vision, so that we could detect oil patterns through edge detection, and we can observe its shape there so that we can make diagnosis. So it doesn't require too much of processing, can be done in a much more simpler way. Here we can see that in an oil sample there, we just made an urine sample, we just poured some oil. So what it does that it shows some specific shape. There are 3 types of shapes in there, so like pearl shape, ring shape, and then snake shape. So these 3 represent 3 different diseases like Vadam, Pittam, and Kabam. So from these edges, we can diagnose what disease that shape is representing. So in the year 2023, we got a special, it was special for us. So we got Startup India Seed Fund Scheme in 10th of July, and then in the National Cancer Hackathon, we got a second prize in it. And then, so this is our market analysis. So the medical practitioners, we are going for a total market size of 7.3 lakhs. So for college or students in medical departments, we are going for an approximate of 25,000. And then personnel for our motivators and our requirements submitters, we are going for an approx of 1 million. So first, we are going for Ayush centers, which is personal. It can be gone into business to business or business to government. And then hospitals, it is done as business to business movement. And in academic research, also we can do it as a B2B, business to business or business to government. And in industries, we are going for business to business, and individual practitioners, business to consumers. So these are our partners. So these few have shown interest in us. So National Institute of Siddha, Center for Traditional Medicine and Research, and so on, they have shown support to us. So they have motivated us in doing these projects and so on. And this is our roadmap. So what we've done is that we've researched to other doctors, we've asked them what is the problem, and we verified, and we used artificial intelligence technologies to, solve their problems. And so this is our team, and this is our honorable mentors here. So business plan is that we have split it into 16 quarters, so which means 4 years. In the first quarter, we are looking for 25 customers, and in the 8th quarter, we are looking for 3,500, and in the last quarter, we are looking for a total of 30,000, which solidly gives us a 30% profit here. Thank you.
Thank you, PNMA Technologies. Next up, we have Nidhi Batheja from Amber Wings, the e-plane company.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nidhi, and I belong to the e-plane company. Before we begin with the pitch, I'd just like to show you a quick glimpse as to what we do through a video.
India's first and world's most compact two-seater flying electric taxi. Founded by Professor Satya Chakrabarty, we are the first Indian company to receive DGCA DOA for an electric aircraft. Our team has designed, developed, manufactured, assembled, and tested. The E6, India's most sustainable fixed-wing hybrid eVTOL, optimal for imaging and logistics applications. Now ready to be commercialized. E50, the subscale prototype of the flying taxi, has been tested and successfully flown. It's India's largest drone, 3 by 3 meter sized cargo carrier, now building the E200. We've built autonomous flight paths for collision avoidance. We'll set up autonomous ATCs for safe landing. On vertiports, vertihubs, vertistops. You can fly on demand by booking the E200 on your phone at accessible pricing. Fly in the world's most compact air taxi by 2025.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah. The next slide. Yeah, so the category we belong to is urban air mobility. So the larger goal here is all of the traffic that you see on road, all of the trouble you had this morning while coming from home to the Chennai Trade Center should vanish. That's precisely what we're working towards. But a lot of factors considered, we're also trying to make it very sustainable, right? So to quickly go through what we're doing. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, just give me a second. All right, yeah. So key problem is traffic. Yeah. So the way we've solved this is in two ways. One is cargo, the other is passenger. What we've done is we've had a scaled approach. We have our E6, which is now called Atwa, the E50, the E100, and then the E200. So E represents electric. By default, our name is electric plane, so E-plane, right? And the number adjacent to it is the payload it can carry. So E6 can carry up to 50 kgs payload, E50 50, and so on and so forth. Now what we've done is we have split it into autonomous cargo and passenger vehicles. Now the cargo vehicles have been split into a fresh brand called Amber Wings, owing to the upcoming market needs, right? So the first vehicle, which is our E6, is also on display down at the hall here. You could pay us a visit. We'd be glad to see you there. What we're expecting to do here is a reconfiguration of how the market currently works. So between mid-mile and last-mile logistics centers, between warehouses, we'd be able to ship larger cargo between 50 to 100 kgs using our E50 and E100, and then the last-mile deliveries using our E6. So essentially, both your road transport would be optimized in terms of in time as well as per kg, per kilometer in terms of cost, all right? Yeah, this is how we envision the movement happening. So now that happens all via road, four-wheelers and then two-wheelers. You can simplify that through our E50 and then our E6. So initially, owing to regulations, there may be the two-wheeler intervention that would be required. But moving forward, we should be able to land on rooftops. Yeah, coming to our passenger aircraft, there are, again, 3 segments here, which is the regional, the mid-mile, and the last mile. We're looking at targeting the last mile, which is the highest amount of traffic congestion. And E-plane is ideally suited for the Indian market. Moving forward, to give you an idea of what the market looks like, we conducted a study with Frost & Sullivan ourselves because data like this hasn't existed before. So what we've learned is India is one of the most ready countries to be able to adopt the passenger air taxi. We're seeing a growth of 1 trillion by 2040 globally. All right? So that is very interesting finding that we found. And more so, India is willing to pay up to 5x that they currently do for skipping traffic. So if you're essentially able to reduce your time from a 1-hour trip to say 15 to 20 minutes essentially, our costs per trip comes up to 2 to 3x your current on-road expense would be. But Indians are willing to pay up to 5x. So we see a lot of optimism in terms of adoption. In addition to building the passenger electric air taxi, we are also looking at an air ambulance variant, which is in the works. And we've recently also signed an MOU, which we'll be able to give you more information very soon. Yeah, as you saw in the video, we have our own manufacturing facility set up at the IIT Madras Discovery Campus. So everything happens in-house. We are truly built in India. It is from the design to the manufacturing to the development. All of it is done in-house. So the aircraft, the airframe that you see there, our team has built it themselves, and we've been doing the testing ourselves as well. Moving on, now, when we're talking about space constraint, if I have to go ahead and build more infrastructure for takeoff and landing, it's not going to actually solve the problem. So what we're essentially trying to do here is, since these are vertical takeoff and landing aircrafts, we would build vertiports, which would hold about 1 aircraft, verti-stops, which would hold about 5 to 6 aircrafts, and verti-hubs, which would have larger aircrafts, which would be essentially close to the airport for takeoff and landing. And this could be altered using existing infrastructure like high-rise buildings, above metro stations, and the like, right? So the alteration is happening, but you're not developing a lot more infrastructure and not crowding the existing urban space. Yeah, so we're looking at making it sustainable as well. So we're aiming for 0 emissions because we're all electric. So in air, there is no emission that happens, so which means we're looking at sustainable growth as well. In terms of certification, we're in conversation with the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, and it has to undergo a certification process before we're able to commercially fly. And we've actually been the first Indian company to get the DOA, which is the Design Organization Approval, and it is a key step towards commercially flying our aircraft. So we've already set up a path. Say out of 4 phases, we've completed the first phase already, so which is a leap ahead for us. Yeah, to give you an idea of the numbers, here's what this looks like. In comparison to our peers globally, we've raised just about 5.8 million in our pre-Series A in 2019. And now we're looking to step into our Series A, where we're looking for a $10 million fundraise. The evaluation is in the works, and we would like to have individual conversations if you would like to as well with regards to this. But fortunately, being Indian, we know how to use our resources well and be very frivolous as to how we're spending our money. So you can see the trajectory and how our R&D process has been. It's a lot less and a lot faster in comparison to most other global players that exist in the market today. Yeah, this is the wonderful team that we have. Professor Satya Chakravarti has started it all. He has been an aerospace engineering professor at IIT Madras for over 2 decades. And then he took a sabbatical to start off E-plane and build it to where it is today. As part of our founder's office, we have Divya Manchanda, Vishnu Ramakrishnan, and Prasad sir. So these 3 people are the pillars of the entire team that we have. So Divya is a former pilot who's now also done aviation management and leading certification and operations for us. Vishnu handles business for us, and Prasad sir looks into everything else that's relevant to the program management. In terms, yeah, these are our investor advisors. We have Ish Sundaram on board. We have Naval Ravikant. And we also have 2 advisors for certification and commercialization, which is from JetBlue Airways. Yeah, so that's a little bit about us. We also have VCs who have backed us previously. In our previous round, we had Speciale Invest as a lead investor on board. That's pretty much about us. I am open to questions.
How about the parts like the battery?
How long the queues are standing, how inefficient the registers are. So that's where our idea comes in, and we have developed an idea to make sure that you will be able to complete your shopping procedure hassle-free. You don't have to stand in the long register, and it saves a lot of time, and it's a very convenient option. So what you see on the screen is our basic design model. It's a attachable and detachable portable kit which you can attach to your shopping trolleys, and it will give you like a POS software. You can handle all your transactions. There's an attached camera on the back, and we have also given a demonstration of how the image recognition works. So what we do is, any product you scan, it recognizes what it is, adds it to your checkout list, and asks you the quantity, so on and so forth. And so our plans, as I just said before, we want to reduce and completely possibly remove the long-standing queues in registers. And we want to introduce this POS customer shopping. And we also plan on including a navigation and recommendation system, like which aisle a product is located in, recommend similar products to what I have bought right now. So that's for my introduction, and I'll give it to my teammate Pravitra.
So coming to our milestones, we have been creating this product since 2019. So since now we have created 2 prototypes, and we are in the stage of creating 3rd prototype now. What you have seen earlier was a 3rd prototype model and the technology we are going to use in that. And the first 2 prototypes have been developed in 2020 first prototype and 2021 second prototype. And we have also won the TNSI 2020 for the second prototype. And coming to the competitors, across the world we have some competitors for our product. Some of them are Amazon's Dash Cart and Capers Cart. But what makes us differ from them is that we give a seamless shopping for the customer, which will increase the customer satisfaction, and a product navigation and recommendation system, which will increase the shopping rate. It will be beneficial for the customer and also the supermarket, which we are going to sell for. So coming to our customer, every hypermarkets and supermarkets across the globe is our customer segment. So we have a large customer segment. So we have a lot of good revenue streams. We have both B2B and B2C as our revenue streams. In B2B, we will be giving our product as a kit, which can be mounted on the conventional card. And also we are planning of giving us a whole card, which will have some more add-ons and uniqueness compared to the kit. And also we are going to give that scheme of maintenance, which is also going to generate a revenue for us. And in B2C, we are going to act as a service-based industry, where the customer who is interested in our product and who needs a seamless shopping will rent our product and will be paying rent for the hourly basis. And also in the tertiary revenue systems, we are going to planning on ads and recommendations also will be coming under our product. Some new product or customers who need to have a marketing can also reach to us, and we can display that ads in our cart. So our market analysis, as you can see in the graph, from 2016 to 2022, there is a drastic increase in the supermarkets in the market, which is where our need is there, and we see our success there. So approximate cost estimation is that for the pilot batch, we think that It would cost around 15 to 20,000 for a kit. And when we go into a mass production, we approximately guess that our product would be at the 7,000 rupees per unit. With a profit margin of 50%, we can offer this our kit at the rate of 10,500 per unit. This is cost estimation only for the kit. We have not come up with the cost estimation for the whole cart. We'll probably work into it in the near future. So this is our prototype 1. So this is a prototype which we developed in 2020. It had some human following mechanism with the RFID and other sensors and motors. Later in 2021, we have created this prototype 2, which was pitched in TNSA 2020. It had a little modification to make that it is more customer friendly. In that, we had some button functions and motor system for locomotive purpose, and also a barcode scanner system, which is now refined with an image processing and deep learning technique, wherein the customer will not be having any need to scan or make any new actions to make this system work. And coming to this locomotive part, this was, as I earlier told, when we are going to launch a whole cart for this, we will be having this as our add-on. And this is actually the product we were showcasing here. This is all about us. Open for the questions now, sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, in supermarkets, they are actually billing. Nowadays, supermarkets, we can weight our vegetables or fruits. So there is a machine which generates a QR code and a billing barcode for that. Our machine will capture that barcode, and it will generate a bill in that system.
I've been to Decathlon, right? So Decathlon, they do the same thing, but they do it at the checkout, right?
Yeah,
the checkout is automated. Basically, they have a bin where you drop things and it automatically figures out, right? So do they also use image recognition? Have you studied them?
Yes, sir. They are also using an image recognition. But how we differ is, they are in a Decathlon, it's not it's a large scale of purchasing. So it will be tedious when we are going installing that same system in supermarkets, right? So we will be purchasing a lot more goods than we are purchasing in Decathlon. So that's where our fixable, that is the modules comes in.
And you also spoke about rental, right? So how do you think customers are going to rent? What will be that experience?
Actually, we are planning to set up a stall in supermarkets so that the customer comes and rent our products there. So if they are interested in that, they can opt our module, and they can easily install in the cart there which they are taking. So by that they can use our cart.
Okay.
Is there any fail-proof mechanism to detect unscanned items in your cart?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are using a weight detection sensor too. So once we are scanning a product, each product has a specific weight. When you are putting more products, that unscanned product, the weight scale will be detected, and we will be noticed that unscanned item is inside the cart. So only when we scan that unscanned product only, then we can shop further.
Where are you planning to pilot?
Actually, we are planning to pilot in a near supermarket in Gindi, sir.
They have given you permission?
Actually, we were started our project in Salem, and we were as pilot in Bharati supermarket in Salem, and we are just trying now, sir. We are not actually.
So Salem, you were able to do that in the supermarket?
Yes, sir. Actually, in the first prototype, actually done in a Bharati supermarket.
Do you have any, like, what was the feedback from the, so are they going to buy your, is the supermarket going to buy your product, or are you going to continue as a rental model?
No, sir. Actually, supermarkets are interested in buying our product. They actually gave a feedback that developing a technology based, like that was the thing, this feedback.
My suggestion would be like how the, I don't know if you've attended the previous set, you can also look at a licensing model. Because honestly, like a lot of times these technologies can be replicated, to be very frank with you. It is not thing, because like say, what is relevant maybe for us or in Type 2 must be done somewhere else in Israel already, or somewhere else in US or Europe, or maybe even in Asian countries. So I would say it's, especially it was very good to actually look at a licensing model along with a hardware and manufacturing. Try to do both parallelly. I mean,
Yes,
it's
sir.
just, if you can keep that in mind, that will be good. Because ultimately investors also are interested in cash flow or cash positive companies. The sooner you become cash flow and cash positive, even your valuation will go up.
Okay, we will look into this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, also one more suggestion. So the navigation thing generally actually will reduce the sales of supermarket, because normally we go to buy 2 things, but we end up buying 5 things because it's so difficult. You just keep scanning things and you randomly pick things. Right? If you directly go to the item what you wanted, the sales in supermarket will actually reduce.
Okay.
But ads will definitely work.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Haryanand and team. Next, we have Divya B. from Nehru Institute of Technology.
Happy evening. I'm Divya. I'm final year student. But being a final year student, what I have done in my entrepreneurial journey is we have incorporated a company named Herbade Beverages. It's the motto of our company is to bring back the traditional. That is, we know herbs plays an important role because it contains a lot of nutraceuticals, but it is not being utilized as much of that. So we plan to utilize those nutraceuticals into a soft drink. So far we have developed a soft drink named Diura. It's a natural soft drink made from agricultural bio-waste. And my team member is Mrs. Sindhuja. She's an expert in chemical-free technology and she is a food technologist. Here you can see the market research I have conducted in 3 places. One is Theni, Coimbatore and Palakkad. We all know that India is the largest banana cultivator, but for every ton of harvested banana is generating 4 tons. In that 65 million tons is from the pseudostem. But there are solutions which is used for the pseudostems. What they are doing is they are utilizing the outer sheath of the pseudostem. That central core is not utilizing it. But the central core contains lot of nutraceuticals and it has been used from traditional days, but now it is not utilizing it. The reason is it has mild tangy flavor. We don't like it. Our mothers use it to prepare vadathandu poriyal, but we won't love for it because it doesn't like taste that much. So what we have done is, why can't we utilize that nutraceutical enriched central core into a soft drink? Because the existing soft drinks are giving us a very scarcity. That is, it has diabetic problems, it leads to obesity, it's full of calories. So what we did is, we incorporated the pseudostem central core into a drink with a natural zero-caloric sweetener, stevia. So which leads to be diabetic and obesity-friendly drink, and it has also therapeutic properties also. Here you can see that MVP, which I have done in a lab scale. First, the procurement of raw materials. What the problem is, in the pseudostem, there will be a color retention process. So we are going for the chemical-free extraction so that the color can be retained. It cannot be demolished. Here you can see the technical details. What we are going for so that we can avoid preservatives in our soft drink to extend the shelf life. This is we have done in lab level. We did the retort sterilization and did shelf life study for 15 days. Here you can see the differences in before and after sterilization process. Here you can see the competitive landscape. We are not competing with the existing soft drinks like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, because we are focusing on the soft drinks whose major focusing on nutraceuticals enriched. So we are focusing on the competitors like Shunya, Ayuric and Watif. Our target customers are basically health conscious consumers because after pandemic people are became more health conscious in their food habits. We have completed so far a sensory evaluation and got their feedbacks. In a market research, I came to know that already there is a product called named banana pseudostem juice. But what they have did is they are using preservatives and they tried a research, but it has the problem called color retention process. So they drop out that project. Here I went to the ICA CAAE and notified what are the techniques available to extract the sap from the central core. I did the market survey and got responses from 650 individuals regarding what is their thought of view on the nutraceuticals. So far, I got recognized by the Eureka 2023 held by IIT Bombay, and I got the award for the best innovation in the Yukti Innovation Challenge. And I have placed my products in various college exhibitions and placed in different stalls. Here you can see that revenue model. Based on the target age and consumer segments, we have included 3 different varieties of Diura. One is pure, light and delight, which intimates that pure represents 0 caloric sugared version and light represents the sugared version. And delight is a strong flavored version where we are using strong flavors like Indian spice mixes. In the last year, November and December, I have completed my market validation, like how my product is moving and what is the people's view on drinking that and their taste, what they are liking it and what they doesn't like it. I have quoted the timeline for 18 months. So far, I am in the TRP level of 3. I need to attain the level 8 by 18 months I need it. As of, I have completed my MVP in a lab scale. I have quoted for rupees 5 lakh to develop my product get into commercialization. In the market validation, I got lot of reviews that we like the product, but we need some more quantities. But I did it in a very small quantity at home scale. Our technical advisors, one is from Dr. Ravindra Nayak sir, he is the principal scientist, and another is Dr. Satish Kumar sir, he is the principal scientist in Banana Trichy Research Center, and we are using extraction technology is very unique. For that our technical advisor Mr. Gopinath, he is helping us in developing the extractor, and Mr. Muthukrishnan, he is a researcher scholar in stevia, as we are using the stevia in our product. That's all. Thank you.
So my first comment is, so generally you should not, for me I find it offensive that I am being fed bio waste. I know it means good, right? In our house also they don't throw anything, they try to find out products. But for animals, if you use, so the first thought process is health benefit, right? I am going to drink it for health benefit. I am not going to drink it because this is going waste. Because of that they created a product and then that is being sold to me. right? I'm environment, so environment consciousness can be one thing, but anyways, it's going to decay. It's not even a pollutant, right?
Sir, I would like to say that it's not being polluted. It takes 9 months to decompose, sir. Most of the farmers, what they are doing is, they are getting money only from the banana, not getting money from the trunk, that's pseudostem or that. So what they are doing is, they are dumping or putting in waste as into the landfills. So it takes 9 months to complete. So it is emitting the greenhouse gases, about 75%. They are not aware of that. Their complaint is that you can take it as a free of cost also. We don't want money also. We need to dispose it. We need that land to go for next cultivation. Because to dispose that waste product, pseudostems, we need 15,000 per hectare. We don't have that much of money. Because from the banana itself, we are not getting that much cost. So that is their pain point.
Understood. So see, from for pitch perspective, this works, right? For impact investing, so then you need to focus on that, this particular thing that you said, right? When you are saying bio-waste, then you have to talk about this environmental impact of this thing, and we are solving it by producing this, right? And a consumer pitch will obviously be not focusing on this, but on the health benefits and the taste, right? That is the only reason I'm going to buy, right? I'm not going to buy it because it's a, of course, there is some segment, so you need to be clear on whom you are targeting, right? Environment conscious person or not, right? So the second thing is, so I spoke to a Coca-Cola executive, right? So what they are saying is, before they can launch a product, right? Let's say a Mazda, right? They need to understand the consistency, right? So every Mazda needs to be same, right? So they look at what kind of mango it is. So have you done any kind of analysis, right? Do all these stems give same kind of sap, or each sap is going to be different?
Yeah, yes, sir. I have done that validation. I have tested with different varieties of the pseudostem. Most in Tamil Nadu, the most cultivation is in the Cavendish. More is that banana variety only cultivating. So I done the test with that pseudostem also. We modified and optimized and finalized with that Cavendish variety, sir. It gives the exact taste what we are expecting it.
Okay.
It's a very good idea. I think you
sir.
can pitch on the idea of its health benefits. It will be the biggest catch point because as per our Ayurvedic things and all that, the banana stem has very good health benefits.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe if you pitch on the health benefits of using, of drinking this sap drink, banana stem sap drink, it would be a better approach to get a wider market.
In one of your slides, you mentioned that there's no artificial sugar, no sweetener.
Yeah, yes,
so
sir.
are you planning to use like cane sugar or something like that? Or
Yeah, yes, sir. I have tried with the brown sugars, but what the problem is, the current existing brown sugars is not natural. It is also they are adding some kind of preservatives to bring that brownish color.
Okay.
So what I have done is we gone with the stevia. Now we are planning with the fruit sugars like levolose. So it may also be because the stevia has the problem of it gives some taste. After tasting, it gives some little taste. So that most of the people are not liking that. In that market validation, we got this feedback. So now we are moving for these fruit sugars.
I would suggest actually may have two variants, something without sugar and something with sugar. Because since you already had mentioned that it is actually a good drink for diabetes. So any sugar is not good for diabetic. So you
Yeah.
can always say that you have two variants.
Okay, sir.
And adding to, I just wanted to also double emphasize on what my friend Arun was saying. So your first product and your 100th product taste the same?
Yeah, yes, sir. It tastes the same.
Okay.
Because the stem which we finalized is only one, that is Cavendish variety.
And what is your scalability plan? You were saying your MRP is 25. But usually, honestly, when you make something in a lab or when you make something in research, by the time it comes to production, the cost varies. So if your production cost at a lab is 25 rupees, it should be actually 10 rupees at a manufacturing level. That is when thing. So have you done that cost analysis?
Yeah, yes, sir. For the production cost, it costs us about 5 rupees 90 paise, sir. So we are planning to give to the distributors at a cost of 15 rupees, so that at MRP it costs us 25.
No, but where are you planning to, like what are the batch sizes you plan to play? Like what is your scalability plan? The thing is, I like your product, I like everything, but it's just that I'm very unclear with your scalability idea. Like how do you plan to scale? because 500 units is actually not a big number. It is a great point for validation. But when you scale, what is the size of the plant that you plan to make? Like how many bottles? Okay, year one, I'm going to produce 1 lakh, or I'm going to produce 50,000, I'm going to produce 10,000. My cost of this will be X, because you'll have a capex cost. At the same time, you'll have a marketing cost, a distribution cost, and then you'll have your profit and everything, which will definitely change with your thing. So right now, probably, as you said, your well-wishers, your advisors, your mentors, they're all helping you with that. But
Yes.
everything involves a cost.
Yes.
So, like there's no free lunch. So I would say you try to come up with a good cost analysis also.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah, and that will probably also help you so that the investor also is very clear on when he's putting his money, what is the waiting period.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it's a shelf life. We have done this for 15 days, sir, in red rot sterilization. In our college lab level, we are looking for the shelf life of 6 months, sir. In red rot, we can extend up till 12 months because without preservatives, it's full of red rot. Both the bottle as well as the product which we are going to implement also will get red rotted. Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. I now request Eril Arasan Murugan from College of Engineering, Gindi, Anna University to pitch their idea. As we are running out of time, I request the participants to keep their pitches short and sweet and adhere to the time limit shown before you.
Good morning to all. I am Eril Arasan, Research Scholar, Center for Energy Storage Technologies, Anna University. Municipal solid waste dumping open ground creates environment pollution and also it participates in the climate change. To solve this, I integrate solar assisted electrolysis with solid phase anaerobic digester to produce hydrogen, and carbon dioxide emission is stored in the form of algal biomass. Problem due to municipal solid waste. 16,066 metric tons of municipal solid waste generated per day. 15,683 metric tons is collected. From this 15,683 metric tons, 9,708 metric tons per day is treated and 5,975 metric tons is dumped in the dumping ground. Composition of municipal solid waste. From this is data collected from Corporation, Chennai Corporation. 40% of the waste is comes under organic waste and 60% is comes under non-biodegradable waste. Methods, these are the methods used in Tamil Nadu for treating the solid waste management. Micro compost centers, windrow composting and on-site composting are the aerobic methods, and biomethanation and biogas are used as the anaerobic process. The difference between aerobic and anaerobic process is aerobic microbes degrade organic pollutants in the presence of oxygen. It releases carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas, and also fertilizer used as a fertilizer. In anaerobic digester, anaerobic microbes degrade organic compounds into methane. It is a 25 times higher potential than CO2, greenhouse gas, and also negative impacts due to municipal solid waste dumping in environment. Greenhouse gas, when municipal solid waste dumping in the open ground, there is an anaerobic condition exists. Anaerobic microbes degrade organic pollutants, organic compounds present in the waste, and release methane, carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. The leachate produced from the degradation flows to the nearer surface water and pollute the surface water. The pink color water is the surface water pollution. Greenhouse gas emission is the water vapor and some other gases comes out from this. And air pollution due to fire. In summer, this methane produced from this, it react with atmospheric oxygen and starts burning. This when burning, that combustible products present in the municipal solid waste burns and create air pollution. Solution to the problem is conventionally anaerobic digester. We are using anaerobic digester. In anaerobic digester, anaerobic microbes degrade organic pollutants in the absence of oxygen. It occurs in 4 stages: hydrolysis, acidogenesis, acetogenesis, and methanogenesis. In hydrolysis, complex molecules such as carbohydrates, proteins, fats are degraded into simple molecules which are sugars. These simple sugars are degraded into hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and volatile fatty acids. These volatile fatty acids degraded into hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and acetic acid in acetogenesis phases. In methanogenesis phase, all the hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and acetic acids are converted into methane and carbon dioxide. In my proposed solution, I replace methanogenesis into cold bay electrolysis. The cold bay electrolysis degrade acetic acid into ethane and hydrogen, carbon dioxide. How the cold bay electrolysis works is, in cold bay electrolysis, it is an electrochemical reaction. Electrons splits acetic acids into ethane, hydrogen, protons, electrons, and carbon dioxide in anode. In cathode, these protons and electrons are reduced into hydrogen. This is my proposed solution. I split my overall process into 4 stages. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. In stage 1, this is a solid phase anaerobic digester. Here I take the theoretical calculation of 1 kg of waste, 40% is organic waste. So 400 gram of organic waste is here I fed in this anaerobic digester. Hydrogen producing bacteria degrade this organic matter and produce hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and acetic acid comes out as leachate. In this 400 gram of organic matter, 18 grams of hydrogen and 196 grams of carbon dioxide is produced. Balance is 266 grams of acetic acid comes out. In the second stage, hydrogen gas purification. In hydrogen gas purification, the carbon dioxide and hydrogen from solid phase anaerobic digester fed in this hydrogen purification cell. In here, sodium hydroxide reacts with carbon dioxide to produce sodium carbonate and water. Hydrogen comes out as a gas because hydrogen does not react with sodium hydroxide. 196 grams of hydrogen is react with sodium carbonate, forms 471 grams of sodium carbonate. In the stage 3, it is a cold bay electrolysis. Here, solar panel is used for electricity source. Electrons oxidize that acetic acid into protons, electrons, and ethanol, carbon dioxide in anode chamber. These protons and electrons are reduced at cathode to form hydrogen. Here, 266 grams of acetic acid is converted into 66 grams of ethane, 196 grams of carbon dioxide, and 4 grams of hydrogen. The fourth stage is photobioreactor. Here, this 195 grams of carbon dioxide is converted into 133 grams of algae biomass and 142 grams of oxygen. Here, this algal biomass degrade that, consume that carbon dioxide and convert it into oxygen in the photosynthesis process. Vishnuvardhan, this is my team. Vishnuvardhan is my team member. He is expert in electrolysis, photocatalytic water splitting, hydrogen storage. Dr. N. Balasubramanian, he is a mentor, professor and director, Center for Energy Storage Technologies. He is expertise in electrolysis, photocatalytic water splitting, hydrogen production, battery, hydrogen fuel cells, wastewater treatment. Current stage, I am in TRL2. I am in TRL2. This is the solid phase anaerobic digester and electrolyzer I developed for to develop the proof of concept. My unique selling process is I reduce the time. Conventional time is 20 days. I reduced to 11 days by integrating that solid phase anaerobic digester with electrolyzer. Algal biomass, which is carbon dioxide is converted into algal biomass, which can be used for bioethanol production, etc. Conventionally, methane is produced. Here, hydrogen and ethane is produced as a product. My customer segment is public sector, municipalities and local government facing the waste management. In private sector, who are working on anaerobic compounds, they use this agricultural industry, for food processing industry, dairy industries. Waste management market is in 2024 $12.9 billion US dollar, and it is expected to be $17.3 billion US dollar in India. Revenue model: after the completion of TRL 5, I commercialize through Technology Enabling Center and Anna Incubation Center, Anna University. Thank you.
So, how large a container needs to be to put all the organic waste, and like you want to give like 7 days, 11 days, right?
Yes, sir.
So, how much land space for managing Chennai's solid waste?
Yes, sir.
How much space would be required?
Sir, conventionally the waste is dumped. We can use that place as a closed container. When degradation, this hydrogen comes out from the top. We can collect from the top of the container. Bottom is a porous structure, so that organic acids are in a liquid form, comes out from that water. We can collect from that anaerobic digester and send to electrolysis, sir.
And you also mentioned about algae, right?
Yes, sir.
So where does the algae come into picture?
Sir, algae is used for carbon sequestration, sir. Greenhouse gas emission is...
I get that part. If you
yes,
grow algae, it's going to absorb carbon dioxide and it's converted into biomass. But in your overall process, where does algae come?
It is in the last process, that electrolysis, it also produces that carbon dioxide by oxidizing that acetic acid, sir. This acetic acid is, this carbon dioxide is, we can use, release it out, but because it is a biogenic, so it is not accounted as a greenhouse gas. But why I am using that algae is to convert that carbon dioxide into a product.
Where will be the algae? Inside that closed container, you will keep
no, sir, no, sir.
Outside?
Outside.
Okay. And also, I will suggest don't put too much of equations. Equations you can move to annexure.
Okay.
Right?
Hi, it's a very good initiative. It's certainly the most important thing needed right now because we are running out of space for dumping.
Yes, sir.
So it's a very good initiative. I hope you succeed in this and maybe you set up a pilot plant in Chennai. All the best.
Thank you.
No, it's a good initiative, but I would again emphasize on scalability and how would you pilot, once you start piloting, since you said your product is ready, if you can actually tie up with the government for at least a very small area.
Yes, sir.
So, and probably we could observe the results and see how we can take things forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Gokul K from Madras Institute of Technology.
Yeah, sure. We will have the times. Yeah, so death by queue, it is something that is familiar in all our lives because we are Indians, right? So we are in an overpopulated country. But the problem is not overpopulation, it is the under-planning. So when it comes to theme park, what comes to your mind? Joy and adventure, right? But there are long queues that you don't want to be part of. So if you want to discover your freedom, Thinkable is here. So we basically build softwares and apps for theme parks. Visitors almost spend around 45 to 50% of the time in navigations and queues, and they miss out on many attractions because there is no proper planning. So to put it in perspective, it is around 6.06 billion hours wasted in queues and navigations. It is like Egyptians raising 10 Giza pyramids every single year. So we wanted to validate our problem statement, so we conducted consumer research, and almost 89% of the people felt that there could be improvement in queue management. And we also have other metrics that claim the same. So yeah, so the solution is simple. We have built a personalized guide that fits right into your pocket. It will be able to guide you through navigations, and it will be helping you in avoiding long queues. We will see how in quite a while. So this is our product. It's an app. It lets you book the entry tickets. You can also book virtual slots, and you will get real-time wait time updates. And next will be, you will be able to, we have mastered AR navigation. So you will be effortlessly able to navigate through our AR technology. Next, you can book your orders, like food and drink orders, and you can pre-schedule it. So it is basically a takeaway order. And we also have AR camera that will help you get every detail of any attraction that is possible. So these are competitors. So to any theme park, there are 4 main features that we have to concentrate on. And Disney World is obviously one of the benchmarks that the theme parks have. So Disneyland has 3 points, and we have right now mastered AR navigation. Because in India it is too much crowded, and the navigation might not work, because theme parks, like say for example MGM, is in a smaller space. So the differences in distances cannot be measured easily. So we have went for AR navigation to take the user experience to another level. So the competitive advantage is that if I were to ask a theme park in India that has an app to guide you through navigation or queues, will you be able to answer me in 5 or 10 seconds? Probably not, right? Because the user experience trend is just gaining traction in India, and theme parks are willing to get on board. Next thing is we have mastered AR technology and virtual queues. We are right now working on machine learning algorithms for wait time predictions. And we can also integrate with the existing systems of theme parks for a fraction of the cost. So we have estimated our market size based on an annual basis. We have our TAM at $100 million, and we have our SAM at $3 million, and the SOM at $250K. Yeah, so we are planning an 8% penetration rate into the market in the next 1 or 2 years. And we have estimated the market size not based on the industry size, but based on our problem. So the market estimation is based on our pricing and the number of zoos and theme parks in the world, and it depends on the perspective that we are looking on. Next is our go-to-market strategy. It's pretty simple. We go through cold outreach. We also ask for referrals, and we partner with other SaaS providers like inventory controls and other SaaS providers, and also with other theme parks. So basically, we are B2B based, and the business models and the pricing points have been verified through actual B2B sales. So right now, we are about to land our first client, who will be MGM, and the second one will be the Queensland. So the price point, we are charging it on a basis of annual subscription, and the price point could vary based on the size of the park, or the features that the theme parks prefer, or let's say the annual footfall. And the price point in average Indian condition could be around $40,000 US. So these are our metrics that we were able to evaluate through the user testing that we have done. And the gross margin is estimated to be around 55%, because we have mastered the technology of AWS in leveraging and automating most of the works. And then we have an annual recurring revenue, which could be at around $80K, even in the worst case scenario. And then we have customer lifetime value of around $150 to $200K, because the theme parks that we talk to are willing to enter into a 5-year contract. Next, please. So as I said, we are just about to land our first theme park client, who will be MGM Disney World. And myself, Gokul Kannan, I handle the business and operations part. And this is Sasana R. She is a computer science student from Madras Institute of Technology. She takes care of SaaS development and app development. We also have a team of 4 to 5 part-time individuals. So these are the achievements that we have had in the recent past. And it has been an exciting journey. Right now, we have our MVP that is being user tested by around 100 users. And it is also that it didn't take us much time to build the app. But the most important part when it comes to B2B is the contracts and the agreements. So right now, we have mastered both terms and conditions. We have contacted many contract lawyers, and we were able to draft a very good B2B contract and agreement. Next. So right now, we are fundraising. So we are looking for a funds of around 20 lakhs to be able to launch our products in the next 2 to 3 months. And even in the worst case scenario, we'll be able to show 3 to 5x valuation growth in the next 3 to 5 years. Next. So this is our demo. This was the first initial prototype that we developed for AR navigation. So this is a very basic prototype of the first version. We are still working on the accuracy of the algorithm. We have used a visual positioning system. And this is the MVP that we have. So we can tailor it to both individual theme parks as well as theme parks who have many branches. This is just a quick overview because we are running out of time. So you can even book the timings that you are coming in. So we will be involving machine learning algorithms where we can distribute the crowd evenly. So we are not promising that we will be eliminating the entire wait times, but we can reduce the wait times from around 50% to 15 or 20%. So this will be the admin panel where they can adjust the prices of any food or any souvenirs they are selling. They can even change the ticket prices if they want. We are right now also building SaaS for software as a service for complementing our services. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
The first question is about the overall market size. You spoke about the TAM, right? I can hardly think of like 3-4 theme parks within Tamil Nadu.
Yes, sir.
Right? So you'll soon be hitting the ceiling, right?
Yes, sir.
So why did you choose a market with such a small this thing?
I get it, sir. So first, we are mainly focused on profitability. So when we onboard 3 to 4 theme parks, we will be having an annual recurring revenue of around $100K. So this is sufficient for us to be in the initial stages. So we are not looking to raise VC funds or stuff. So the next thing is we are focusing on a narrow market right now because we want to capture the minor markets right now. So we can also expand to zoos, malls, food courts, etc. So first area is to focus on theme parks. The next thing is theme park industry in India is just growing. There is a paradigm shift in the upper middle class and middle class people that are coming in the 20s and 30s, millennials. So there is a paradigm shift and there are newer theme parks coming in. India is one of the most nascent stages in, when it comes to theme park industry. Look at America's theme park industry is around $63 billion. But when it comes to India, the market size is around $2 to $3 billion. So it is a very drastic change. That is one of the main reasons that we are picking an industry that is just about to boom.
Okay. And also you mentioned a net promoter score of 3.7.
Yes, sir.
You have estimated.
Yes, sir, those are for app.
So how did you even estimate an NPS when you don't have it live?
So we have user tested it for 100 users, and we have also conducted market research. As in, we have conducted documentary style approach.
Actually, net promoter score is 1 to 10, right?
Yes, sir.
So 3.7 is very bad. It's a detractor. They are saying that they will not recommend your app.
I get it, sir.
So why have you?
So the net promoter score that we have actually included here is like if a person uses our app, he will be able to promote it up to 3.7 people in average.
Okay, so that's not net promoter score.
Not 1 to 10. So it is based on a number of.
But the definition of net promoter score is how likely are you to recommend this brand to someone, right? I have used this particular phone, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, would I be telling my friends this iPhone is good or not, right? So if I say 7, that means I'm neutral. If I say 9 or 10, that means I might recommend. If I say 3 or 4, I'm not going to talk about this phone to my friend, right? So 3.7 is a very bad score. Probably it's not what you are measuring.
I get it,
right? What you meaning is not NPS, it's something else.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
like multiplication. Yeah.
Actually, you're actually in a good sector, in my opinion. As you rightly got, it's actually definitely a booming sector. But it is just that I'm only, I would actually wonder about your pricing. Because what will, like, if you actually see some of the activities, what your app does, the sector you're in currently is actually a good sector of gaming and theme parks and other things. But you're drifting into, you say that you want to get into malls, you want to get into so many things.
Yes.
Why wouldn't a person like Zomato or Swiggy want to do the same thing that you're doing when they are very cash rich?
Okay.
Like in terms of the same tools that you're talking about, navigation, in terms of food court, in terms of pricing. So how are you going to differentiate?
Yes, sir. So this question, it is based on the features, sir. So let's say you don't need navigation in a food court. You just need to have virtual queue management, and you will also need payment methods, payment gateways. So it depends on the features. So we have a set of features for theme parks, reserved for theme parks. We have certain features for zoos. We have certain for malls. So each of them will vary on prices. So the pricing that we have mentioned here is only for theme parks, because theme parks are high ticket clients. So those are the ones that we are aiming first, because we need to have a very profitable, sustainable growth.
So you were mentioning, so you want to be a bootstrapped company. You don't want funding.
We don't need funding from VCs. So we will be looking for angel investors right now. So.
But angel investors will look for VCs.
Yes.
They'll give money only if you are going to go to a VC.
We have
but yeah, like on a very non-candid way, if you are actually able to bootstrap your company, that's a very good sign. Yes. So I would always say it's good to look for grants, try to be bootstrapped, because there are very successful startups which are bootstrapped. You take Zoho, for example, you take Zerodha, for example. They are all profitable bootstrapped companies. I like the fact that you're using the word profitable multiple times, because that is actually the need of the hour. We want companies to be profitable.
Yes.
So, yeah, good luck and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gokul. Next we have Nigarika from Anna University AC Tech.
Good afternoon, one and all. My startup, Beta Safe, our basic idea is to develop a portable biosensor for detecting solvent-based adulterant in beverages and cosmetic items. When I meant solvent, it also meant spirits like methanol, ethanol contents are in cosmetics, so on. So our idea is basically reduce at least 5% of health issues that is caused by contaminated cosmetics as well as beverages. When I meant beverages, it also includes alcohols like beers, herbal products like basically Omam water, cosmetics like rose water. Those are all the products that currently facing these issues, including the customers as well as the industry. The basic issue in this problem is that those contaminants or adulterant are not only health issues, they are also preventing many companies from having the clearance regulation certificate to export them internationally. The issue is that the current techniques used to detect these kind of techniques like either a methanol or ethanol, they are extremely not a safe technique. They use high chemicals to use them, and they are very time consuming, not very accurate. And at the other end, we have high-end instruments which can be used to detect them, but they're very expensive, where it takes 1,000 to 4,000 even per sample analyzation, where companies cannot afford when they need a huge batch works. Other than that, we also need manpower just for the testing, because these instruments needs technical experts to run them. Technical experts have to analyze the results just to give what is the contaminated present in it. Other than that, these techniques are not available everywhere. They're expensive material which need a very sophisticated lab. Only few high-end laboratories can afford these kind of techniques. Our solution is that our detector will give a simple reaction which will react with the contaminant and will provide us the contamination results in them. It is going to be a safe and a reliable technique because we are not using any harmful chemical in them. They're also very user friendly. No need any technical background person is not needed to use them. Any normal people can use it. They don't have any data interpretation. The results will be directly provided and they're completely sophisticated where you can use it anywhere, anytime. More importantly, they can save cost because many industries invest a lot of money for these kind of testing, where just this technique can reduce up to 70% in solvent-based technique alone in these things. Why is our product unique? As I said, we'll be using a single chemical. That single chemical will react with the product, which will give us a virtual color change where you can detect the contaminant present in it. So they're fast, reliable, safer to use. The quick response, where it's only going to take 5 to 15 minutes for response, where any convenient technique will take several hours to 24 hours to detect it. And more importantly, it's going to be fast to market. Until now, we don't have any portable biosensor for detecting solvents in them. A majority of them are high-end instruments or a chemical laboratory test that's been done. Why now? Even last year, there was an issue claimed for sanitizers contaminated with methanol. Imposing governments are putting a huge regulatory on them. Similarly, when I said methanol is one of the examples. These kind of regulation has been made in European countries already, especially for alcohols where they have limitation and tests are mandatory. In India, from 2020, the government has passed ISA certification. So our revenue model is going to be B2C and B2B, where we'll be focusing on normal customers who are concerned about their health, but they cannot change their habits, like alcohol consumers, extreme cosmetic product users. They know they have issues, but they won't stop it. But we'll be mainly focusing on B2B because these tests are made mandatory for many of the companies, especially beverages and cosmetics like hand sanitizers and toner companies. They'll be investing a lot in this and we'll be focusing more on them to get. Our market segregation will be also based on that, where we'll be concentrating mainly on cosmetics and beverage companies. So our target for marketing is going to be trade shows where we'll be showcasing our products, and next we'll be recruiting marketers. We have a collaborator from Ayush Siddha Institute. Through him, we'll be collaborating with the doctors. Through them, we'll be going to the herbal industries where they get the product from, because they themselves want to know the quality of the product they're getting from. Our competitors are basically research laboratories and convenient labs. Convenient labs, as I said, they use high-end techniques and expensive methods to do them, where ours going to be user-friendly, new, and easy to work with. So the teams is going to be including me, Niharika Ramesh, a PhD scholar, my mentor, Dr. Jayapriya, head of the department, along with our collaborator, Dr. Rangi. What are that? Right now, we have reached the assessment stage of biochemical methods and assay to do the testings. So as you can see, the color variation is clearly given in the data. Just reacting with the chemical we are going to provide, which is a very harmless, safe chemical, we can virtually see the color change. This color change is what? This is the science we are going to use to develop our sensor. The higher the color change, higher the contaminated. Simple, but they'll be using a data where you can directly get the information, no need to just see the colors. So we have also done it with a sample where a simple beverage has been prepared by our collaborator, and then they were tested. As you see, the blank is where the normal solution, there is no color change. But the moment you react with the sample which is contaminated, you can see a virtual color change in them, where you can directly get the data and adulteration contamination in it. No, sir, I have given a methanol as a main example, but we'll be also detecting ethanol. Because have you seen in alcohol, we have percentage, like a beer should have 5 to 6%, wine should have some 20%. But how many company follows the regulation? Nobody knows. In this, we can also test the percentage of ethanol. When you say beer is 5, we can say whether it's 5 or not. Or you're increasing more. Similarly, wine, 20 people say, but how many people knows? We don't. So we'll be using all the solvents like methanol and ethanol. Our current focus in future will be developing into other solvents in them, because right now they are the major issues and regulatory things that is imposed by the government. Yes, sir, it can be patented. No, sir, right now we have only finished the chemical assays, the components and the reaction for sample has been standardized. We'll be moving to the prototype only now, the prototype development. After that, we'll be patenting it, which is, our plan is to get it done by end of the year.
And this compound, it's specifically created by you, or is it already available?
Sir, it is an available component, but we have modified it for our convenience. This component be used for different testing in hospitals and all, but they were chemically modified to use it for our own reaction.
Okay. So, do you have the water testing device in your house? Like that, the tool that says how much TDS is there in water?
No, sir.
How many of people here have it? Very few people will be having it, right?
Yes, sir.
So why would people buy a methanol, ethanol testing and keep it at home? Because drinking water, it's much more important. Even that, we normally don't have devices to test at home. Why would I buy something that will test methanol, ethanol and keep it at home? The market need for it.
But sir, actually, our public market, like I said, B2C is going to be 30% of concentrate. 70% is going to be the industries and hospitals who need it, because this problem is brought to by our collaborators who's from Ayush Siddha Institute. They are facing this issue where they couldn't make their own product, and they're having issue when they get this herbal sample they're ordering. They're not sure whether the industry is following their protocol and giving it. So our major 70%.
So in that, only if there is methanol or ethanol, you are going to say other contaminants like arsenic, mercury, and all those things you will not be able to identify through
No,
this.
sir, right now, no, we are only concentrating on the solvents right now, like methanol, ethanol, we are not concentrating on ethanol, because this methanol, which we think is normal, could cause a serious issue. 1 ml of ethanol is enough to put a healthy person in hospital. We are mean, no, that spirit issues in government, where a person drink and contaminate alcohol, we gain it. There are just 1 to 2% in them. That is enough to throw a person into an hospital. Because this, it's what is concerned, basic is most severe than other component you have mentioned, because they're easily digested by the body compared to the other contaminant which could be excreted.
Thanks, Nikarika. Next, we have James Pearson from Anna University, Chennai.
Good evening, all. Myself, Henry James Pearson. Hope you have all had a good lunch. Hope you all had a great lunch. Okay. Dieting is very important, like, but a healthy diet is much more important. Like, many of the people here are seeing dieting as a, you have to eat these foods, very healthy foods in our day-to-day life. But dieting is not like that. Like, you can eat anything, but each person differ from other person. Like, say for an example, each one is unique. So you need a separate dieting plan. That's what we came up with, and this is our yeah. We came up with the idea like diet on weekends. Mostly we are focusing on a corporate employees. Like, most of the persons in a corporate are usually used to for junk foods, and they are not seeing themselves as good eaters. Like, we will go and eat a party sometimes, or we will go and eat anything that you want, anything that you like, because you have a much more cash flow, and you are ready to eat anything. But even if you are ready to, if your body condition, it mostly depends on your sleep rate, and it depends on your mentality, it depends on your mental health. We will definitely gonna diagnose you in every thorough perspective, and we will provide you a unique diet. And these are all my team members. They are all research scholars and PhD students from Anna University. And nanoscience and technology, sir. Nanoscience and technology. And these are the problems and the opportunities. Like, most of the people are not having proper diet or something. and type of diets in markets, and these are yeah, generalized form of diet. Even if you are going for any dieting company, they will suggest you a paleo diet, or they will suggest you any keto diet, but they will never see a particular person, and they will never diagnose your way of living, and they will give you a diet. And here we came up with a diet on weekends. Like we will having a unique idea, like you should not have in for a first month of our dieting, you are not we will give you diet only on Saturdays and Sundays. Like you can eat whatever you want on Monday to Friday, and Friday we will give a detox diet, and Saturday and Sunday we will give a diet that your body needs. So totally the concept is like for a first month, if we are giving this type of diet, we will know you, like your way of living, your way of mental stress level, and your way of sleeping, and we can know about everything. And accepted customers are from these areas. And this is a business plan, like who are all needed for a business. Like we need a dietitian training, and one HR and head dietitian for giving you a proper diet. And these are all the roles, and this is a basic idea, like how the cash flow is going to be like. If you are having a single person, 5,000 now, this is how the cash flow is going to be. And if you're going for a corporate company, and if you're signing with a company, this will the market price. And the current status of our project is like we are going to go for a prototype model, and we are going to search for a person who is going to check your healthy diet or something.
One thing is, do you have somewhere in your presentation to show this actually works? You have an idea, right? Only weekend I'm going to prescribe and it will work. But how do you know it will work?
It will actually work, sir. It basically like we have to give a try. Like mostly dietitian will give a diet for 1 week, and we are not in case like we will give you a diet for 1 week. We will daily upgrade you. Say for an example, if you are going carving for any.
Did you get an advice from a dietitian or a nutrition who says that this kind of plan works? Do you have any validation of your idea?
Yeah, in future it will be, sir.
So you have not validated your idea at this point of time?
Not right now.
Okay.
But we consult some doctors, like we will do this or not, and they said like it will work, and we are in a prototype. For that prototype we need some budget, right? Like first we have to take a random person, and first then we have to go for check his health before. Now that for that we will need 12,000 rupees. We should not go for only one person, right? At least we need 50 or 20 persons, right? It will initial amount will cost.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Any questions, sir?
Is your entire team trying that diet right now?
Not right now, sir. Like we.
So you have not tested your own team, like you showed your team slide of about 4 to 5 people, right?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, you have not tried it by yourself at least for 3 months or 6 months.
Yeah, this is a new idea, sir. We will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's at an idea stage.
Yeah, we are planning to. Yeah, but if we go for any company or saying like that our team members are following this diet, it won't work, right? We should have some random people, so that it will be a validating point.
This I'm just asking, like what I wanted to understand. How do you feel about it and other things?
Yes, sir.
So you definitely require a bigger pilot.
It's very simple, sir. Yeah. Like we are going to our hometown, and mom will like you should use oil in your head, and
but
it is like that.
See, that is there, but at the same time, we are not going to go to an investor to buy the oil.
Okay.
So when you're talking about a business, honestly, very unemotionally and very non-passionately, you need to see if the business is viable and scalable.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, bootstrap it.
Okay,
if you are very confident of the idea, go for a grant,
okay,
followed by bootstrap.
Okay.
But if you are actually giving such examples, honestly, you need to rethink on the part of it, because ultimately, when from an investor point of view, viability and scalability are very, very critical.
Yes, sir.
How are you going to scale? How are you? Because see, it sounds interesting, but it does not sound viable to me right now.
In which point, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is the thing. So I would say like you relook into your project and how you're going to scale it, how you're going to make it viable, and we can see.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
In future, we
Yeah.
will definitely
Yeah.
do that, sir.
Good luck.
And we will. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And due to time constraint, we will have to postpone the rest of the participants for tomorrow, as we'll be winding up now. We'll be felicitating the participants who have participated today with the judges. May I request the judges to come onto the stage, please. One by one. S. Harihanan and team from College of Engineering, Gindi. Ms. Divya B. from Nehru Institute of Technology. Ms. Divya. Mr. Edilarasan Murugan from College of Engineering, Gindi, Anna University. Mr. Gokul K. from Madras Institute of Technology. Ms. Nikarika from Anna University AC Tech. Mr. James Pearson from Anna University, Chennai. Thank you, judges. Thank you, participants. The agenda for tomorrow will be updated to the students shortly. Please be here at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, judges. We've reached the end of day one. Come back again tomorrow as we have more interesting sessions and activities lined up for you. Until then, this is me, Ritika, signing off. Thank you. Have a nice day.